Good afternoon, Christine.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Are we all here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, we'll call the meeting of March 15th, 2021 to order.
You already started.
City Attorney, before we go to closed session, is there anything you'd like to speak on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the city council so moves, it will recess into closed session to discuss the items agendized for closed session discussion, which would be item number 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. Title of that case is Elizabeth Warren versus City of Hollister et al., San Benito Superior Court Case Number CU 2000203. And item number 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. Title of that case is Building Industry Association of the Bay Area versus City of Hollister et al., San Benito County Superior Court Case Number CU 1900028. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
See you in closed session. Thank you.
City Manager, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
It's too close to me to be dangerous. Yeah, let's do that.
We are ready, Mr. Mayor.
Ready, thank you. This time we will resume the meeting of March 15th, 2021. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, sir. We'll move to roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Councilmember Spencer. Here. Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Present.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here?
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Interim Police Chief Reynoso.
Here.
Thank you. The amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of March 15th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on March 11th, 2021 at 1:25 p.m. per Government Code, Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed those items agendized for closed session discussion, and direction was given to staff and negotiators. The city council recessed from closed session at 5:44 p.m.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any from the public? City Clerk?
I have two people with their hands up, but I would like to pull my minutes of March 1st to make an amendment to E1 to read, it was actually passed by a 4-1-0-0 vote.
Okay, you had speaker cards, you said?
I have two hands up.
Okay.
Robin,
What item that I like to pull?
what item would you like to pull? Please,
I'm sorry, I thought it was for public input or public comment. Sorry,
stay
That'll
on
be
and we'll call you at that time. Don't go away.
I won't.
Was there any others?
I have Elizabeth up, but I'm thinking she wants public comment too. Elizabeth, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we will call you at that time. Please don't go away.
Thank you. Is there a motion from council?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum 30 minutes per subject. Please note the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. I know we have some speakers tonight.
We do. Our first speaker is Corey Kusich. Corey, go ahead.
Good evening. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes.
We are. Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, and residents of Hollister who may be watching this meeting at home tonight. My name is Corey Kusich, representing Award Homes and the West of Fairview Development. I know they have a full agenda tonight, so I'll do my best to keep this short. I'm speaking this evening to follow up on the letter that was sent to City staff and the City Council on March 9th to ask the Council to strongly consider moving up the hearing for our Second Amendment from April 19th to April 5th. The reason for this request is because time is of the essence, as we need to have the City Council decide if they wish to approve the amendment with its associated benefits for the city as soon as possible. If the City Council decides not to approve the amendment, we need to engage our engineers to draft final maps and improvement plans for the rest of the development and have them approved prior to May 1st, 2022, which is the expiration of the development agreement, which we are confident can be done. To date, this item has already been delayed months. We were anticipating this item being brought to the City Council in January, but due to turnover in city staff, we were delayed to the first meeting in February. 6 days prior to the first meeting in February, we were notified by city staff that this item needed to be handled as an ordinance rather than a resolution, and therefore the public notice was not able to be published in time for the first meeting in February. Then the second meeting in February was delayed due to an apparent system glitch by the newspaper in which the public notice was not published. Ultimately, we were heard by the City Council on March 1st, months after we originally expected to have our item heard. At the March 1st hearing, the City Council asked some great questions that were unable to be adequately addressed at the time by city staff or the city attorney. I was prepared and had answers for all those questions that were asked, but unfortunately I was unable to speak, despite council members directly requesting to hear from the developer. Had I been granted the opportunity to address the council's questions, I'm confident that you would have had all the necessary information that night to make an informed decision on the amendment. However, I was not provided the opportunity to speak, and the item was ultimately delayed another full 6 weeks, which in my opinion was completely unnecessary. There was no reason why the amendment could not have been brought on the agenda for the meeting this evening. Therefore, I ask the City Council to consider hearing our amendment at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting on April 5th. That provides more than sufficient time for the city staff and the city attorney to prepare for the meeting, in addition to having the meeting properly noticed to the public. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I hope to be in front of you at the next hearing to discuss our amendment for the West of Fairview development.
Thank you.
Robin?
Hi, well, good evening, council and mayor. This is Robin Pollard, and I've been trying to reach you guys for 3 weeks with this Zoom thing, and I figured out that lower hand means your hand is up. So that explains why I had so much trouble. I'm hoping that the red tier allows public access in person at your meetings. But the reason that I was trying to get a hold of you or comment 2 meetings ago was that when the River Parkway was discussed about making fields there for soccer and softball and all the possibilities, it's vital that a bridge, a walkway, a path is made so that no child rides their bike on the 4th Street Bridge. If any money is being put towards the Brigantino Park, it should be towards making some sort of safe access. If you build it before you've made that access, it really is on your heads, the first child that gets hurt crossing that bridge. We have a lot of great possibilities for Brigantino Park, but the first step has to be safe access. So I've spent 2 meetings trying to get that message to you. I hope that you will allocate funds to make a safe path so that improvements can be made to Brigantino Park. And I look forward to discussing with and hearing the thoughts about the River Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Talbot? Elizabeth, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Liz Talbot. My husband, John Firemuth, and I reside at 438 South Street, which is between Monterey and West Streets. This is one of the oldest streets in Hollister. Our home was built around 1920 by my great-grandparents, E.E. and Mary Holbrook. We purchased our home from my cousin in October 2003. In early 2004, I called the City Planning Commission about the state of South Street and Swope Alley and when they might be repaired. The response I received was, aha, a laugh. Oh, your street and alley are way too expensive to repair. Approximately 3 years ago, after 13 years from my original inquiry, South Street from San Benito Street to West Street were partially ground down and repaved. We are very grateful this took place as our home no longer shakes when large trucks drive by and the street is much quieter. Swope Alley during this time has only gotten worse. I invite each of you to take a drive down Swope Alley between Monterey and West Streets. We have a very large hole, which we call Lake Holbrook, after my great-grandparents. It fills each time it rains. The items in our garage are all on pallets, as anytime there is significant rain, an inch or two, the garage floods. Our neighbors who have given me permission to speak for them include Frank and Maggie Cazada at 426 South Street, Robert Talbot at 436 South Street, Dennis and Anna Wilson, 482 South Street, and Jose G. Macias, 448 Monterey Street, all have concerns and frustrations about Swope Alley. We would like to replace or refurbish the garage, formerly a carriage house from the 1880s. The redwood boards sit directly on the dirt. There is cement inside, but due to water collecting and staying for days or even weeks in the alley, the redwood at the base is rotting. I have sent photos to the Planning Commission in the past documenting the flooding, but received no response. Several years ago, a transformer blew on our block. South Street was blocked for days. South Street is a funeral route from Sacred Heart Church to the cemetery on Hillcrest Road. I am not sure if the driver was confused or was directed to use Swope Alley by Waze, but the whole procession drove down Swope Alley, bouncing the whole way. I kept thinking, I hope no one in the procession is from out of town because this is really embarrassing. Another concern we have on our block is the lack of stop signs on West Street. One can drive on West Street from B Street, which just recently had a four-way stop installed, all the way to 7th Street without a stop sign. This has become increasingly dangerous as fewer cars are on the road, and so drivers take liberty with their speed upwards of 60 miles an hour. This is a fatality waiting to happen. Compound that with the intersection of West and South Streets. There is a considerable
Thank you,
jog in the
Elizabeth.
intersection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Lenore?
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and council members. I wanted to this evening draw your attention to 4th Street between College and Monterey on both sides. You will see that you now have 4 cemented in front yards. When I started talking about it 2 years ago, you had 2. Now you have 3, and now you have 4. Completely cemented in front yards. It's violating the lot coverage of the zoning, and some are not even having the benefit of the driveway. They're just going up our curb into their parking lot that should be their front yard. I would really appreciate it if the city would quit turning their head to this item as I brought it up several times, because you can see that it's just going to keep doing that because they do it. Another one sees it. Another one sees it. And I know, Mayor Velasquez, that you and I are on the same page when it comes to aesthetics. So we do not, and it's illegal to cement your front yard in to park 4 or 5 cars up there. So I would really like somebody to look into it on code enforcement or planning and let me know what you're going to do about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mia Casey? Mia, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Mia Casey. I live in Hollister. I mainly had a question that I'm hoping that the council can address at a future date. I've been hearing so much about the Amazon facility, and I'm very excited about it. I'm really glad to hear that there'll be jobs coming. But in reading some of the articles, I was a little concerned about the environmental impact report. It was mentioned in the article that it had been done several years ago and that there was no mention of a distribution facility. So I'm a little concerned about impacts, environmentally and traffic and all of that. I would love to hear more and find out, how are we, making sure when they build this facility that somehow our roads will be taken care of that are going to be impacted, and, whether or not there are any environmental concerns. I guess that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Valerie England? Valerie, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wanted to reiterate Carol Lenoir's concern about cementing over front yards, because as I have driven around Hollister in the last year, I have noticed more and more of these cemented in areas, and my understanding is that you have to have a semi-pervious front area, or all of the inner cities need to be semi-impervious so that we've got drainage into the ground to make it look like each house has a parking lot outside. Is, aesthetically weird, but more so environmentally. You're overburdening your drain system, and you are starving your trees along the roads. So it's not a frivolous complaint, and I would support your code enforcement to take a look at that and really confront the issue. So thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1, the manager's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. For the west of Fairview, the Ward's Home, if we move that item, we would have to re-public notice it. We've already have it as a time sensitive, or what's the word I'm looking for, Christine?
It's already publicly noticed.
Yes, sorry. So that we would be concerned that like the speaker said, that the paper might mess that item up again. So we would like to just keep it where it is. And then for the public, I will look into the submitted in the driveways.
Thank you, sir. Item D2.
Sorry, nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. We'll move to item F1.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. This is Charlie Bedolla with the Hollister Fire Department. How are you guys? Thank you for letting me come up today. This resolution is a resolution of the City Council declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance and ordering the abatement of weeds. This resolution starts the legal process for the 2021 weed abatement program, declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance of the existing weeds, and notice a hearing for the receipt of objections by the property. Basically, we started our annual weed abatement process, and this is the first part of it, where we've canvassed the city, patrolled it, and identified empty lots that need to get their weeds taken care of. So we've identified them, and we've taken off some other lots, so this is the start of that process. So right now, everybody's getting a letter that advises them that it's time to get rid of the weeds by May 3rd, and if not, then we'll come on in and tell them do it, or we'll do it, and that's where we're at right now.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you speak briefly to the process for abatement? Do we have city staff that actually does the work, or do we outsource that to a private contractor?
We outsourced that to a private contractor. So a few years ago, what we did was we set it out to bid, and then we assigned a contract. So we made it available to everyone. So right now, we're in the second extension of our current contractor.
Okay, and is that contractor a local contractor?
He's not. He's from San Jose, but he's been doing Hollister for 20 plus years.
Okay, and so, and possibly this is a question for the city manager. With this being, if I heard you correctly, the second extension of the contract, are there a number of extensions before we need to put it back out to request for proposal?
I believe it's next year we bring it back.
Okay, thank you. And so, do we also fee the property owners when they're in violation in addition to the abatement for staff time allocated to do the inspections, do the noticing and those type of things?
We don't.
And-
Because myself and other staff goes out and identifies them, but it's pretty easy. We got it down to a science now where we can go and identify them and then take some off. So we don't do that, but we do charge them, and if we do have to, we will charge them, and we do lien them to collect fees if they don't. But most of the time, a lot of people are saying, just go ahead and do it, we'll pay it. So we probably have about 8 properties that we have to take further action on throughout the years.
Okay, and that answered my last question. Thank you, sir. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council?
I have one.
Councilmember Perez?
So, how long is the process of, so you gave them to May 3rd to clean up their property, otherwise we'll take care of it. How long does that process usually take? Like, do you give them one written notice with 30 days, or how does that work?
Well, this is their notice right here, so everyone's getting their first notice, and then we'll do it to a second reading, and then it comes out that's their second notice too. So by the time the whole process is said and done, I think they have a few days, up to 10 days to get it done. After the 3rd, after that, then we'll go ahead and do it for them.
Okay. Now, and this is just primarily for empty lots, or does it include houses?
This is empty lots.
Empty lots.
So code enforcement all year round. We work with code enforcement, and they'll go out and notice the people that have overgrown or a public nuisance on their property also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We'll move to item F2.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Eva from the City of Hollister Planning Department. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Item F2 before you tonight is a resolution to approve an annexation agreement between the city of Hollister and Alan and Lorraine Woodle for a property identified as APN 019-120-005, which is about a 9-acre property north of Buena Vista Road. And this property was pre-zoned to the R3 medium density residential performance overlay zoning district by the city council at its meeting of September 3rd, 2019 by ordinance 1182. And then the attached resolution tonight would approve an annexation agreement for this property, which is an agreement between the city and the property owner to essentially say that upon annexation of the property into the city limits, they'll comply with all of our zoning codes and ordinances and agree to pay the appropriate tax sharing fees that are part of our tax sharing agreement with the County of San Benito and the City of Hollister. So tonight, city staff is recommending that the council adopt this resolution, allowing us to approve this annexation agreement between the property owner and the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, sir. I know that in previous conversation, I'd mentioned that I actually personally know Mrs. Woodall, as in I've worked with her during a brief period of time while we both worked for the city of Hollister, and also for a brief period of time when I worked for the county of Monterey. And I just want to make sure that I don't have a conflict of interest, and so I'd ask Mr. Epperson to weigh in on this, please.
Well, Mr. Burns, my advice in public is always that if you have a conflict, if you believe you have a conflict of interest, that you recuse yourself. However, based on the description that you just gave me, I'm not hearing anything about a financial relationship, past, present, future, anything speculated like that. So it doesn't sound, I haven't heard anything yet that makes me think that there's a conflict there.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any financial interest in this, and I have not had contact with Ms. Woodall since I left the county of Monterey, which is about 3.5 years ago. Thank you. Having said that, Mayor, I do have a couple different questions regarding
Mr.
that
Burns?
process.
Councilmember Burns, first, I'm sorry. If you could, I know it's hard to talk with the face cover on, but if you could pull your face cover back up, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know it's difficult, but
Yeah.
just to make sure we're protecting the public.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, of course. So I guess my first question is of staff, and I just want to be clear in reviewing the annexation agreement, item number 5, which was on page 75 of the 448-page council packet, and it was listed as F2A. It read, owner understands and agrees that nothing in this agreement shall be construed to adopt or approve any development of the subject property. And so that seems pretty clear to me, but I just want to confirm that, in fact, that if we do move forward to approve this, if it's council's will, that this is just the next stage in the annexation process. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilman Burns. This is just an agreement that essentially, it's not a necessary agreement by like LAFCO or anything. It's not necessary for annexation, but its two main purposes are to acknowledge that the property owner, either this property owner or any future property owner, will pay the tax sharing reimbursement to the city so that the city stays fiscally neutral in that regard, and that they acknowledge that they will abide by all of the city's ordinances that are in place if development is ever proposed on the property.
Thank you. My next question is actually from Mr. Epperson. In reviewing a letter from Christina Kemp, and I presume she's an attorney from the law firm, that was sent to the city of Hollister dated 3/10/21. She makes comment in the letter that given the city is already out of compliance with HCD requirements, I just want to confirm, is that in fact a true statement, sir?
Well, that's a legal determination. I would have to go beyond the confines of this item to even investigate that or make any sort of determination. I believe Ms. Kemp is the attorney for the applicant here and has made that representation before. I don't know that that representation is necessarily relevant to your decision here tonight, but she certainly, it's a part of the argument that she makes that it's a factor in what you should be deciding. I'm not ready to say that the city of Hollister is out of compliance with any state or government regulation.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate that. And my final question is there gonna be a presentation on this item where somebody from representing Mr. and Mrs. Whittle will be doing a presentation or available for question after council has their questions asked and answered?
It appears that that's the case. I'm seeing the city clerk nod her head.
I have a presentation that Christine Kemp would like to give. If not on F2, F3, she has both of them listed, so.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'd like to reserve my opportunity to ask a few questions of the representative when that time is appropriate, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Okay, so at this time we will have, is she doing it as a comment, or did they have the time allotted for their presentation?
I have it slotted as a public comment, but I do have the presentation as well.
Okay, I think Mr. Burns would like to see the presentation.
Eva?
Yeah.
You're good with that?
Oh, yes, that's
Okay.
fine. That's fine by me, absolutely.
Christine, go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I'm Christine Kemp. I'm representing Hugh Bickle, the developer, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Whittle, the property owners. And thank you for your reconsideration of this project again today. Christine, am I running the PowerPoint, or are you doing that?
We are doing that.
Okay. Next slide, please. Well, I also wanted to request 6 minutes since I'm discussing both of the items. So I'll get through it here.
Both of what items? I'm sorry.
I'm discussing item F2 and F3 today, the annexation agreement and the initiation of the LAFCO proceeding. They go hand in hand.
You want to do this as one presentation? Go ahead and do your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. The resolutions are necessary for the Whittle Housing Project, which is on the Whittle property. We've been before your city council before, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to reconsider the annexation agreement and to initiate LAFCO proceedings. The Whittle Housing Project is for 97 homes. Next slide, please. It's laid out similar to Mr. Bickle's Maple Park and Walnut Park houses. And if you're familiar with the wonderful work that Mr. Bickle has done for the city, this is the same high quality work that he intends to bring to the Whittle property. Next slide. These are just some pictures of the houses that he's done in the city, and they provide wonderful housing for the people in your city. Next slide. The Whittle property has already been designated the general plan as medium density residential, and the general plan identifies the Whittle property as priority infill area. Next slide. Let's run through these 4 maps. These are maps within your general plan and your zoning ordinance that show the area. It's up here near the west-north section of the city, which is already designated for the Whittle property, pre-zoned for anticipating annexation. Next slide. We'll run through the 4 maps, please. Go on to slide. Next slide. Next slide. The property has historically been used as an auto restoration. It's not used for agricultural purposes. It's not prime or important farmland, and it's within the city's sphere of influence and has been that way for quite some time. Next slide. This is the Department of Conservation. It shows that the Woodle property, which is here in the gray, is not an important farmland or a prime farmland. Next slide, please. As staff had said, the property has already been pre-zoned for the Woodle property to allow a housing development of this density. A mitigated negative declaration was done for the annexation, which analyzed a housing of this size. And your council has already pre-zoned the property for this use. Next slide, please. The project applicant, Mr. Bickle, is in an option agreement with the Woodles to purchase this property, and he has expended over $200,000 in fees. He's paid for land use entitlements for the project, including the pre-zoning, the mapping, and the CEQA analysis. So he's invested a lot to get here and went through these pre-annexation application procedures with the anticipation of building the Woodle housing project. Next slide, please. Under the state law, we believe that SB 330 applies to the city, and then that's the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, as well as the Housing Accountability Act, both apply to the city with regard to this project. Next slide. Under the Housing Crisis Act, the city cannot downzone homes, property, or impose moratoriums or put caps on development. Next slide, please. The Housing Accountability Act also indicates that if a project is consistent with the general plan and zoning, it should be approved unless there's an adverse impact to public health, safety, and there's no means to mitigate it. Next slide, please. There was an initial study and a negative declaration done for the Woodle property annexation. It analyzed 109 homes. The 97 Woodle home project is well within the number of homes analyzed in the negative declaration. Next slide, please. The negative declaration points out that the development is a logical expansion of the city, consistent with the general plan. The environmental effects of the growth are evaluated and can be found to less than significant. Next slide, please. For the reasons set forth above and in the additional written material submitted to your council, we request that your council approve the 2 Woodle resolutions. Next slide. We thank you for your time. This has been a long process for Mr. Bickle and the Woodles. They're anxious to move forward. And this has been in the process for quite some time with your city, with all of the pre-annexation that has occurred. We understand we have to go through LAFCO. We understand we need to file a tentative map. We understand we have to go through all of those steps. But this is the first step in getting the annexation process moving forward so your city can, in fact, consider a tentative map for this project. So I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have. I don't know that Mr. Bickle is in the audience. I thought he might attend as well, but will answer the questions as best I can. Thank you so much.
That was just for the presentation. Now we'll go ahead and go to any other speakers, and we'll come back for questions from the council. Do we have any other speakers tonight?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
We'll go back for questions. Mr. Burns, you had a question, I believe.
I'm sorry, of course, I had one person raise their hand after I say that.
That's always the way it works. Okay, let's go back.
Thank you. Carol Lenore? Carol, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I was just trying to get that button pressed in time. Anyway, Carol Lenore, City of Hollister resident. I just want to say that I believe that the City of Hollister is subject to RHNA numbers, Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers. This subdivision would do well to supply us some of those numbers, and I really feel like it's so far into the process. The city led them down the road of, we're going to process this application and we're going to bring it into the city, and then things changed and it didn't get done. But I really feel like it's illogical. It'll put in some improvements there and get a park. I believe there's something planned there, as well as those. Somebody brought up something to me the other day that they're going to pay school impact fees, but their school is across the street. So those impact fees will probably go towards the school somewhere else to benefit another area. Just wanted to point that out. But I think that being across from a school is ideal. You know, schools have neighborhoods around them. This is a neighborhood, so it seems logical, and I think that single density is probably good for that area. So I think that we should put it towards our arena numbers because we are not exempt. The housing and community development has said we are not exempt from those. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. We'll go back to Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Ms. Kemp. And thank you. And so, Ms. Kemp, in looking at a letter that was signed by you on 3/10/21, it was on page 4 in paragraph 2, and it was in lines 5, 6, and 7 of the paragraph. And in essence, it said, making these homes affordable to teachers, firemen, police officers, young couples starting families, as well as older people who want to downsize and be closer to their family. My question, and maybe Mr. Bickle would be better to answer this, either now or at a future time. I'd like to know what attempts are made to ensure that that happens, and if there's any factual data to support the comment that was made in the letter, please, ma'am.
Sure. Mr. Bickle has built, many homes in the city and prides himself in the affordability of these homes. They're on smaller lots and they're designed by what's called affordable by design. He's very personally involved in these sales and can personally tell you of the type of people who buy these homes. He's had firemen, he's had teachers, he's had young families. So he's a hands-on person. He's very familiar with who's purchasing the homes, and he's thrilled every time someone comes up to him and says, thank you so much. You know, I was able to buy a home. They're less expensive than other homes within the city, and they fit a nice market of young professionals who want to have their first time home. So I don't believe Hugh is there tonight, but I can assure you that it's his firsthand experience with these home buyers that gives him great pride in building this kind of housing.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other questions from council? Okay.
We're doing questions or comments?
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I've got a few.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, so this is something we've seen quite a bit, right? We've seen this several times. So at least 3 of us have. We've seen it over and over again. And some of the things that Councilmember Burns pointed out, that this will not be a development. Well, it is going to be a development. It is going to be a development. More than likely will be. So even though the language says that we're not going to make development, it looked like to me in Christine Kemp's presentation that there was houses there. There were houses there. So this will be development, and it will be before you know it. The language that she stated in her presentation, we believe under the state law. So that's an opinion to me. That's an opinion, and it's an opinion that's going to benefit her client, not necessarily the city. So I'm going to side with what our legal counsel said, and that's something that should be decided. It's a legal question that should be decided. Affordable housing by design, that's a popular one that we hear often sitting up here as well. These homes are going to be market rate. There's nothing in there that ensures they're going to be affordable, quote unquote, affordable. So I thought those were some good points that were brought up just in this presentation. I've spoken about this plenty of times. I don't want to beat a dead horse. 3 of us have seen it. 2 of you have just gotten here. The 2 of you that just gotten here came off an election. I would urge you to listen to your constituents. I go out and I speak to the constituents, especially in my district, and I'm telling you, they do not want houses over there. They don't want houses by the school. We've got lots of other problems that we need to deal with before we approve another set of houses. Eventually, are we going to develop that area? Yeah, we're talking about it right now in the general plan. We're talking about it right now. But Buena Vista has a multitude of problems. The passage for students to get to school, to Calaveras, multitude of problems. Every resident that I spoke to that lived there did not want this development. So I have to side with my constituents. I made a promise to listen to them and to represent them when I'm sitting up here. I'm not gonna tell them that I'm not going to approve houses and then come up here and do the exact opposite of that. If we make the decision right now to annex this property in, it will be developed, there will be more homes, and that's period, end of story. There's no way around that. We need to stop this. We need to ensure that our constituents are protected, our infrastructure is up to date, and that our children are taken care of and they have a safe passage to get to school. You can justify it however you want, but at the end of the night, there will be more homes here in Hollister in an area that probably should not have homes yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Yes, I have some comments, not so many questions.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer, go ahead.
I understand Mr. Resendez's position, but this community needs to know that we have a housing shortage. The new developments that are being built, the houses that people are buying, there's a 2-year wait to get into those homes. Existing homes on the market in Hollister or in San Benito County is a whopping 44 homes, maybe a little bit more. We have a problem. Mr. Bickle, I have seen some of his homes, and they are not, they're beautiful homes, and they are affordable for the people to buy. I urge this council to annex this property. It's 97 units, and they're not going to be built tonight. They will not be built next month. They will not be built the month after. It's going to take some time to go through the process. But this property, this 9.103 acres, needs to be annexed into the community. It's as the public speaker said, Carol Lenore, this is something that we need. This is a project that this city needs. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or comments?
One question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
For the city attorney, do we legally have to annex this land in? Are we under any legal obligation to make that decision to annex the land in today, sir?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will make my comments on this now. This has been talked about several times. I think you made a good point beating a dead horse, but now I'll go back to my comments on this, not so much this project in particular, but just what's going on. And I do remember this. Some people have pointed out in the past that I was a yay or yes vote on the pre-annexation years ago, back in 2015. And it wasn't about this project, by the way, at that time. It was just about annexing more land into the city. But that same year is when I discovered a problem we had in our the way we were growing as a community. And as I discovered the problem and I pointed it out, I realized we're in trouble if we don't start turning things around right now, because we will not be able to keep up with our infrastructure, our roads, our schools. And I went out to the school districts, pointed some of these things out, and talked to everybody about the roads. And at the time, everybody thought, well, that's not really a problem. And in 2015, it wasn't a problem. But I pointed out that if we didn't fix our general plan and understand where we're trying to go as a community, both the city and the county together, we were soon going to be in trouble with our infrastructure, our schools, and a lot of other issues as far as financially within the city. Now, I heard a comment about this is not prime land. Well, it is prime land. Just go drive around it. There's prime agriculture around this property. This is exactly what we don't want to be doing anymore. We don't want to just go tear up orchards, farmland, just to build more single-family homes. There's ways we could do this right, and there are ways we can keep doing it wrong. And unfortunately, we have been doing it wrong. It's what I've said. Let's just step back and do this right. The reality is, if it is annexed into the city, then the comments about SB 330 are correct. We have no choice at that point. And it's one of the things I found out early on when people started using SB 330 as a conversation point, I went and looked up the rules on it and discovered a couple of things. One being that SB 330 does not apply to our county. It does apply to our city, but it does not apply to our county. And it does not require or force us into annexing more land. There's plenty of areas within the city. Recently, the majority of the council voted to annex another parcel of land that was actually a little more three-sided with other developments. If you look at Buena Vista Road, Councilmember Resendez, Vice Mayor Resendez pointed out something, and I know because I got an earful as I walk in that area. The people in that neighborhood are fed up. People are racing down Buena Vista Street, a lot of traffic over there. They don't want to see another project in that area. And I'm not going to say I'm always going to be against anything in that area, but I think it's preferable that we step back, adjust the general plan, understand what we're doing. Because I can tell you right now, there's over 2,000 homes already approved in the city. Another couple thousand approved in the county. That there alone is going to require a couple more schools, the new high school, which is going to mean more taxes on everybody's tax bill. It just is. So we have to acknowledge that before we continue down this path, because we're going to hear about it. There's just no way around it anymore. And with that, that is hopefully the last time I have to talk about this project, and we can move on. Is there any other questions or comments from council before I call for a motion? All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2021-42 as stated.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Mayor Velasquez?
No.
The motion passes 3-2 with Vice Mayor Resendez and Mayor Velasquez voting no.
Thank you. We will now move to item F3.
Do I still have my microphone? Yes, I can see lighting up. Thank you. This is Eva again. Item F3 is a resolution regarding the same property that we were just discussing, the Woodle property. This resolution would request the Local Agency Formation Commission of San Bernardino County, or LAFCO, to initiate the proceedings for the annexation of the Woodle property. And this resolution's approval tonight would allow city staff to work with the applicant to submit an application for annexation to LAFCO. With the approval of the annexation agreement on the previous item, staff would recommend also approval of item F3 to allow us to submit that LAFCO application for the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No questions. And is there any questions from the public?
I have Christine Kemp.
I don't need to make another comment. I just wanted to be sure I was available on the speaker if there were additional questions or comments needed.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. We'll go back to the council now. Is there any other comments or questions before we call for a motion? Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2021-43 as stated.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
No.
Mayor Velasquez?
No.
And the motion passes 3-2 with Vice Mayor Resendez and Mayor Velasquez voting no.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Planning Manager, Interim Development Services Director. Section 65400 of the Government Code requires that a planning agency annually review their general plan and provide an annual status report to the California State Office of Planning and Research, and also to the California State Housing and Community Development. As you know, the general plan is a tool for protecting the city's history, while it guides present land uses and provides a vision for the city's future. As you have alluded to previously, we are currently going through an update of our existing general plan, but we do have the responsibility to still be able to implement our current 2005 to 2023 general plan. And so this is a requirement by the state to come before you and provide you with an update. The complete report is before you as attachment A of your report. It's very thorough. And tonight we're just going to give a very brief overview presentation. But pertaining to tonight's resolution, once if we obtain your blessing and approval, we will send it to the state before April 1st. And so that way they have documents of this action. And I'll go into it a little bit in regards to the importance of it being approved and sent to the state. From pages 68 to 73 of attachment A, the report that was provided to you, there is a summary of all of the active projects that were recently entitled by the City of Hollister, primarily by the Planning Commission of the City of Hollister, that received entitlement. And including, you'll see some of the reports and some of the entitlements, close to 200,000 square feet of industrial building space, from warehousing to manufacturing. And that is not including the recently approved 129,000 square foot delivery station of Citation Way. That was actually approved in January of this year. So it wasn't included in this 2020 update, but there is close to 200,000 square foot of industrial space that was approved implementing the general plans M1 light industrial zoning district of the City of Hollister. Also, there the year before, in 2019, there was a 93-room, 4-story hotel at Gateway Drive that was approved right across the street from the Fairfield Inn Marriott, that it's actually currently under occupancy. And it's the Holiday Inn Express did actually break ground this last year in 2020, and it is expected to be fully operating later this year. We would really like to point out that no matter who the applicant is, if it's a applicant who wants to build a 129,000 square foot industrial building, or if it's a family who's expanding and they want to add an additional room or expand their square footage in their household, or somebody who wants to do an accessory structure in their backyard because they want to provide additional storage space, we at the planning staff and development services try to provide the utmost attention to each and every single constituent and person interested in doing improvements to their home or to their site, whether it's commercial, industrial, or residential. I would like to add, though, that the importance of coming before you in an annual basis, as we have done since I've been here. I know we've done it. I know that not every city does this, but one of the good things of coming here before you, providing the annual report, is that provided with your blessing, with your approval, and it goes to the state. A lot of the times, agencies like HCD, for example, I'll give you an example. In 2019, the Housing and Community Development awarded a grant to cities that had a adopted housing element, as we currently do at the City of Hollister, based on the council's and staff's hard work in maintaining it. And also the criteria was coming before you on an annual basis, providing this report, getting the resolution adopted. And the additional criteria was if there was any type of housing that was approved in this cycle from 2015 through 2023 that was for below market rate, as we have had, and it's part of your report as well. It wasn't competitive. It was just a grant that was provided to the City of Hollister. We checked all of those boxes, and we ended up being awarded $659,573 that, as you know, was directed to the McCarthy Park improvements that occurred. And that's because we've just been, making sure that the city council reviews this report, adopts it, and provides the report every year before April 1st to the Office of Planning and Research and the State Housing and Community Development. And so, as indicated previously, the complete report is in your packets as Exhibit A. And with this, staff recommends that the City Council review the annual 2020 General Plan Progress Report, consider written and oral public comments, and approve resolution number 2021-44, accepting the report and directing staff to forward the report to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you. Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, sir. Really not a question, but just a comment. Mr. Prado and Mr. Miller, thank you. That report is very thorough. It's very informative. And I would encourage members of our community to read it to get a clear and in-depth understanding of what our future looks like. And I'm curious if you have any comments on how you think it might dovetail with the General Plan Review Committee and the work that they're doing, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Tim. Yeah, in response to your first comment, what we will do is, pending your approval tonight, we can actually put it in our website and encourage all members of the public to be able to log into it and be able to review it along with the approved resolution. And in regards to the interface with the update of the general plan, as we're processing and working towards the update of the general plan, we are slowly but surely getting into the policy of the general plan and also the land uses of the general plan. And so we will definitely be analyzing all of our existing land uses, where they're at, what they are, where all the residential land uses, including low, medium, and high density are at, and where there should be, if anything, if we need to modify any others, where our commercial and industrial land uses are, and if we should expand those, and where about they should be. And in regards to the type of policy of what we want to see there, we're also in that process. Our next general plan advisory committee is actually going to be dealing with the actual policy of what we want to see for update of our general plan. So we want to make sure that we have that ability for our future to be able to provide for industrial and commercial land uses for our future general plan.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. Thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
We will now move to item F5.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is resolution number 2021-45. This resolution would be rescinding resolution 2016-64, and it would reflect the revised City of Hollister Youth Committee bylaws. The changes done to the bylaws are reducing the number of committee members from 7 to 5 in order to facilitate having a quorum. The committee members must live in the city limits. We're eliminating the staggering of terms, and we're also removing the officer positions for secretary and treasurer. Staff recognizes that the updates needed to be done to the bylaws, and for that reason tonight we are recommending that City Council adopt this resolution with the revised bylaws.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Are there any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move we accept resolution number 2021-45 as stated.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We'll now move to item F6.
Thank you again, Mayor. This is for a street closure for the Hollister Downtown Association Farmers Market. And I believe Casey is is available to, or was planning on speaking on this item for us.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Casey Schaefer. I'm here to request the street closure permits for 6th Street and Winds Alley.
No,
Oh, I'm-
Street between San Benito and East.
6th Street between San Benito and East, and the city parking lot.
For the farmer's market on May 5th.
For the farmer's market on May 5th to September 23rd,
29th, on Wednesdays.
every Wednesday.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schaefer, I did have
Yes.
I did have a chance to review the staff report and the permit. The only question I have, and perhaps I just missed it, but I didn't see any reference to any COVID precautions being taken, and I wish they were gone. The permit appears to run from May 5th through September 29th, and I was hoping you or one of the city staff could speak to the work that will be done to ensure that it's a safe environment, please.
Yes, sir. We do have a mask ordinance, the signage. We have the 6 feet stampings that go on the ground. We have hand sanitizer stations. We have,
50 people on the market.
count of 50 people during the market. We'll have a counter at the front door, in and out.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
I do have a question.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, for Corey, if Corey's there. It sounds like she's there.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Corey, last time we talked, and you're gonna have to remind me, it was something about the health, there was something with the county health department. Did that get resolved, or what's the update on that?
So unfortunately, right now, we are in, of course, we went into the red tier, but at this time, we are only allowed to have farmers in the market. And we do have a list of possibilities, some of the potential vendors, but at this time, the health department is allowing us to do farmers.
Okay, so it's because of COVID? I thought it was because they have to be like a certified farmer's market. So it's because of COVID that they're not allowing that?
Correct. So at this time, we're only allowed to have certified farmers in the market.
And is it because of COVID or because of the county regs?
Because of COVID and what tier we're in. So basically, if we wanted the market that we know, we would have to be in the green tier.
Got it. Okay, I think there was confusion about that. I was gonna see if the city staff could talk to county and see if we can get that straightened out, but that makes sense. Okay, thank you for all your help.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
So if we drop down to the orange tier, is that gonna look different than just the 50?
Possibly, we will be definitely in contact with the health department as things change. And if we're allowed to get other vendors, they will let us know.
And so if, say, things open up to green, is there a plan to extend it past farther down East Street, or is it gonna stay at that size?
It'll stay at that size. So we did plan for that if we were to able to add some more vendors. So we are, like I said, we're on 6 between San Benito and East. And then we're also asking for the additional city parking lot.
Gotcha.
So right now, with the way we're sitting with the farmers, we'll have 19 vendors, and we have definitely a lot more room if we were able to add more vendors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Yes? Carol Lenore?
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and council members. I normally wouldn't speak on this except for it's the HDA, and I've always supported the HDA for decades, and I really missed the event last year when we couldn't have it, and I know that a lot of community members will be chomping at the bit to get down and get walking around, and hopefully we'll get in the next year where more can be present, and I hope that I want to thank the HDA and all their members and their board for hanging in with the COVID. And I look forward to seeing y'all and at your events downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Just one more question for Corey, comment I have, and it's along the same lines as what Councilmember Perez pointed out. So obviously if things change, the farmers market is ready to adapt to the changes, because as we recently heard from the president that vaccines should be available to anybody over 18 or 16 as of May 1st, I think they're shooting for. Would that change things at that point, or you're waiting for obviously the state has to present new guidelines, but is that, as Mr. Perez asked, would that allow us to move quickly at that point to change it?
Meaning like more vendors?
Would you need anything from us, I guess, at that point, or you're good to go with this approval?
No, sir. We would just, we would be fine with the way we're sitting. We would be fine.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure if things change so you can move rapidly and make your adjustments.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Actually,
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Actually, thank you. Actually, that's what I was wondering too, because I just kind of get the feeling that we're going to be opening up before the end of this season. And if they were planning like moving on down East Street or anywhere that direction, because I know it's a popular event and people are going to be dying to get out to go downtown. I shouldn't have said that, huh?
Let's step back a bit and rephrase that, please.
Oops. They'll be living to get out there. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, that's why we brought that up.
I agree. I would love to have to come back to you guys and say, hey, I need more space. And but as of with sitting right now, I think we would be fine with the 6th Street and also the additional parking lot.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, is there a motion?
I make a motion.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move to item F7.
Good evening. Name is Henry Gonzalez, Interim Public Works Director. I'm here to ask for direction from council for entering into a lease agreement with Samuel Foods. This is going to be a new lease agreement for us. We normally would hold the permit for this process. In this coming year, Samuel County Foods would hold that permit.
Thank you. Is there questions from council? Or did you want to add anything else, Henry? Sure.
Again, so the biggest difference between this year and last year is, so Samuel Foods would be holding that permit for the Air Pollution Control Board also, so it would not be in our name, or we would not be responsible for any of the violations if any occurred. So that's a plus on our part. It is a 5-year agreement with the option to extend it after the 5 years, of course, upon city council's agreement. They're very anxious to get into business with us. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any questions from council or comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
One speaker, Carol Lenore.
Actually, I have one.
I'll get right back to you, Mr. Perez. Let's finish with the speaker, Ms.
Carol,
Lenore.
go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I wanted to compliment the council. I've been wanting to compliment you for a long time. I was never able to participate in these discussions regarding the cannery. They're just sitting right outside my back door here. And I've been a long time wanting to say that I was impressed on how you handled this. I think you did a great job holding the line, getting what the city needed for its residents to have, least impact. So again, as a neighbor and a neighbor to the cannery, but a longtime resident, I did want to say that thank you so much for handling this situation the way that you did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Perez?
So, this is our first year going into this type of agreement, am I correct?
That's correct.
So I'm just wondering, just throwing it out there on the floor, do we really want to go with a 5-year agreement? 3-year? Any thoughts?
Well, I'd say that might be council's decision to make.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? And Mr. Perez, if you want to make a motion on that, you're more than welcome to do that. Is there any other comments or questions?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Councilmember Burns, go ahead.
Thank you. With this agreement, I know in past years there have been some challenges with during the canning season for smells associated with the effluent, as I understand it. I understand that this is a contract where they're going to maintain that. How are we going to address the challenges of smell should they become a factor as we move into our as I recall, probably mid to late summer and early fall months?
Yeah, it would be handled the same way as if we were still holding the permit. We have aerators out there. That's our primary source of reducing the smells. The process itself is going to be the same exact thing. It's just a matter of who's holding the permit. They're going to have a private contractor run that plant for them during cannery season.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, I did want to respond to Ms. Lenore's comment. Thank you for the thank yous, but I actually believe this is something that was done by the past council, and so I think it's important to recognize that. And I'm going to defer any further comments at this time, Mayor. I would like to hear what your thoughts, as well as Vice Mayor Resendez's comments are, knowing that you guys, particularly you, Mayor, as I understand it, had a lot of involvement in this, as well as the city manager. So I could absolutely support Councilmember Perez's recommendation to reduce it from 5 to 3, but I'm going to trust in your judgments in that regard. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns brings up a great question. So are we, as city staff, are we still going to be monitoring the amount of, is it sulfur that we check for? I forget.
The sulfides, that would be the private contractor that's going to be operating the ponds.
Are we going to have access to those records if need be?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will make a few comments and ask a few more questions. Obviously, now that the license will be handled under the company that will help us as far as avoiding any additional fines in the future. And I did read through the contract several times, and I saw that they had the cleaning of the storm drains, which is one of the issues that was causing some of the odors in the past. Obviously, some of the balance control maintenance. The question, I didn't see I wasn't sure about the sludge removal. Is that going to be taking place yearly? And did we get the remaining sludge pulled out of those ponds? That was the biggest issue we've had over the years. I know we removed the first phase of it, but I didn't know if we had finished the other phase of that. Where are we at with that part?
So on pond 2, we're 99% done with that one. We have to dewater it so it dries and then remove the remaining residue in there. Pond 1, which is the one that Samuel County or Samuel Foods would be using, if this is agreed upon, they will start, I'm assuming, immediately to desludge that pond also.
I always get confused again. Pond 1, Pond 2 is a larger one, or Pond 1 is?
Pond 1 is a larger one.
Pond 1, and they're going to be starting that one. Now, that's the one, I think, part of that agreement last year was to make sure they removed, I think it was 1.52 million, but we had originally talked about how it's going to be more like $4 or $5 million, and then it did turn out to be that. Is that what we're talking about? It will be removed?
That was Pond 2.
That was Pond 2,
yeah,
okay.
I came back for more money to finish that project.
So Pond 1 being again, the larger one, correct?
Yes.
That one, how much of the sludge has been removed?
At this point, none.
Okay,
They're
what kind of cap is on there right now? Do we know how deep?
As far as the water cap?
Yeah.
I'd guess it's about 4 feet.
Okay. Is that work going to be starting soon? Because that is the problem area, the potential of the issues that we have each year.
Correct. And again, I believe that they would start the process as soon as possible if this is agreed upon tonight.
Yeah, to add to that, my understanding is that San Benito Foods is waiting for this agreement so that they can get started on dredging more.
Okay. And did we have a number that they're going to try to pull out before the canning season, or?
I didn't hear a amount, but I know they need to make alterations to Pond 1 to handle this new sludge, because now they don't have the use of Pond 2. So they need a lot of that sludge out of there so they can make those alterations.
Okay. I would want to make sure that we have something in there that we are taking a large portion of this out that's going to avoid the odors, or the potential of the odors this year. So I want to make sure that was in there. I did not see that, at least a percentage of maybe, I understand trying to take it all out in 1 year is probably a lot, but maybe 50% of it to give it a 8 to 10 foot cap. Would that be something we could add into this?
That would be up to Samuel Foods to remove that sludge.
And a reminder, Mayor, that when they go off, when San Benito Foods goes for their permit with the water board, they're going to have meet different regulations also.
Yeah, I understand, but I just want to make sure we have something in here now, because we have the slud conversation quite a bit, and we go back and forth, and it always ends up being our issue, where the odors start to release again if the water cap is not high enough on that. Is that something we could have in this agreement, or do we need more time to work that through with them?
I think that would be a quick conversation with them to see where they're at with that. Again, they're probably not going to move forward unless they get approved tonight. It's really based on our decision tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
If I may suggest, Mr. Epperson, maybe you can help out with that. Maybe we can have that conversation and then bring this item back for a consent item in a very near future council meeting.
Councilmember Resendez, I apologize. To be honest with you, I was having a sidebar conversation with the city manager and didn't catch all of that question. Could you repeat it, please?
I'm just wondering how we can put those standards on them as well. So if we want to require them to have 50% of the sludge removed, can we have that conversation and then have the item come back under a consent?
Yes, that's one option. Now, what that would do to San Benito's position on this matter, I don't know, but that's certainly an option.
Or another option would be we just make a friendly amendment and make that a requirement and pass it tonight, right?
That would be an option as well. And
I
then we
think
would take that back to
that
San Benito Foods.
we should have the conversation with them. That's why I want to put it off, because I think we should at least have that conversation with them to see if it's something they can do before we tie their hands. You know what I mean? But I do think it's a great point that the mayor's bringing up.
Just, in the past, the two major issues have been that sludge level in the ponds and within the debris within the storm drains. I would like to make sure that we have a percentage if we're going to move forward on this. And I think the cannery in the past has agreed that they would be removing the sludge. I would say if we can do at least 50% this year to bring the water cap much higher so we don't have so much potential for the odor, and then maybe 25% over the next year and then another 25% over the following year. So at that point, each year they would do the desludging or take the sludge and dewater to get it out so we don't have this issue again. Would that be something we could do in this?
Yeah, Mayor, and goes to Vice Mayor Resendez. If you make that a motion and that's approved tonight, we still have to go back to San Benito Foods and get their agreement. So it would be just like renegotiating with them. So it wouldn't, it shows them what council wants in the contract.
Thank you. I think, over the past year, we have been working together pretty well with the cannery, and I appreciate their helping with some of these items. So I think it really is important, so we don't go through these issues again, that we do have an agreement of how much of that sludge will be coming out this year and in the following years. So hopefully they can run a good operation without the odors of the past or the problems we've had in the past, and we can work as partners. I don't know if maybe we could leave the issue open as far as 5 years to give them more time to recoup some of the costs. This is going to be a $4 or $5 million project, I would think, to remove the majority of that sludge in those ponds, if I remember those numbers correctly. Would that be about right, Henry?
Well, so I spoke with staff at the cannery, and they are pretty much willing to do whatever they need to do to get the cannery season started this year. It would be, I think it would be a quick conversation to have with them and get some documentation from them of what their ideal removal of the sludge is going to be. So we're not just guesstimating or anticipating something.
Okay, but we could make this tonight as part of the motion, and then that way they understand what we would like. And it's fair in that way that we're not asking 100% to be removed this year. We understand the cost burden, but over the next few years, that sludge needs to be pulled out 100%. So I would recommend, if anybody wants to make the motion tonight, that we ask that 50% of that sludge is removed from the pond for this season, 25% for the following year, and another 25% the following year. And then from that point on, it would be each year removing sludge buildup from the year season. Does that all work?
If I can, Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to make that motion. But I do think that given that they're going to make such a huge commitment financially, that we should stick to the 5-year contract for now.
All right, sorry. Well, if you'd like to make the motion, if that's all right with the council, you can make that motion.
Okay, I don't know the number.
I had 50% of the sludge removal for this year before the season, 25% the following year, and another 25% the year after of sludge removal.
We're on F7, 2021-47.
Got it, thank you. I make the motion that we approve resolution number 2021-47 with the suggested sludge removal measurements as suggested by the mayor.
Second.
So it would be 50% this year before the canning season, 25% the next year, and 25% the following year.
Yes.
Point of clarity, please, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Resendez, and you're recommending that we stick with the 5-year contract, is that correct?
I am, just because they're having to put out a lot of money for this, so I think that we should probably give them a longer contract.
Thank you, sir, and I can second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Mayor, don't forget about public comment.
I thought I asked public comment already. All right, let's go back. I'm sorry. Public comment, please.
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
That's why I forgot about it. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
And now move towards G1 reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Perez?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Spencer?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want a point of clarity. I have nothing to report in regards to the committees, but is this a point in time where we would make other comments or requests?
That'd be on the next item, informational reports.
Thank you, sir.
But it would be on his committee, right? No?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Resendez?
No committees to report.
Thank you. I did have a committee meeting with the Mobility Partnership Group. That is the group that we meet with to discuss Highway 25 and other improvements along the highway system at 101-25 from Santa Clara County. We discussed the timelines for the new interchange at 101-25. And at this time, it looks like it is still on schedule for late 2023 for the new interchange to be built just north of the existing interchange. That'll be phase 1. Phase 2 would be down the road. That's another $300 million project, but that would be down the road. So this is the phase 1. We also got an update on the no left turn on the Balsa 25, and it has the numbers and the videos have shown that traffic has decreased significantly because of the no left turn. Obviously, there are still people that choose to break that rule, and CHP does go out there on occasion to cite those that will continue to do it, but the numbers have dropped from those that are doing it. We also got an update on the high-speed rail. They will be sending me out the updated link to talk about the rail going through our area, through Pacheco Pass. At this point, the preferred route is through Gilroy downtown station, and then it would head through just above Highway 25 through the Pacheco Pass. Actually, most of it would be in the Santa Clara County portion of the area between 152 and Highway 25. So we're going to get more information on that. The other conversation that came up with that was we finished the rail study at COG last year. So now we're going to be moving towards the looking for grants to start moving towards a passenger rail link from downtown Hollister to the Gilroy station. So those are the conversations that are coming forward, and that's the work that's with the mobility partners. So the good news, and it's good to have partners that are willing to work with us. So very positive. We will now move to informational reports, G2. Councilmember Perez.
I'd like to, in honor of Ramiro Prado, to close the meeting tonight, Abraham's father. And that's it. That's all I have.
Is that it, sir?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Spencer.
Nothing to say.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 requests and 2 comments. So as it relates to the request, I would like to ask that an item be agendized for the next council meeting to discuss in closed session acting and interim department head positions and current salary information. I would also like to request that a conversation be held and agendized regarding moving forward to start issuing proclamations and resolutions. And my final request would be that we do grant Mr. Kuzinich his request to put the award home item back on the 4/5/21 calendar. And I have heard the city manager and the city clerk, but I didn't hear that it was prohibitive. It just would be something that would be time sensitive. And so those are my three requests. My comments are, I want to thank the council in its entirety, as well as the city clerk and city manager and city attorney for working through the spirit of cooperation and moving forward to update and establish a code of conduct and ethics for elected and appointed officials. And I specifically want to thank our city clerk for her due diligence in moving this thing forward in a smart and timely manner. I'm very encouraged by the spirit and cooperation of the council, and that would conclude my requests and comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Over the past year, since I've been on the council, we recognized June as LGBTQ Pride Month. For the very first year that I was on the council, we made a certificate and we recognized it. The last year, we did a flag raising ceremony for the day of Gay Pride. And this year, I would like to ask this council to consider having the rainbow flag raised in front of the city council for the entire month of June, which is LGBTQ Pride Month. So I'd like to see that come to the council at the next meeting if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The promoter, for my report, the promoter of the rally has contacted me, wanted to know what the what potential is for the rally this year. It is something I think we need to be talking about if it's going to happen or not happen, so we could let him know. I think it probably is a conversation we should be having at the council level. And if the council is all right with that, I could contact the promoter and we could hopefully agendize or have a special meeting or something, because obviously it's one of the biggest events we have, but it all depends on those vaccines going out. And we all know from this past year, we can't count on anything to be 100% certain during this COVID crisis. And that is the only thing I have. City Manager?
Yeah, I have one item. Just if anybody goes out to Dunn Park, you will notice that we've removed some of the bushes in front of the clubhouse. I heard from staff that we actually found used needles and bottles, so it was a good thing that we removed them and to clean them up. And I've also heard from staff that it smells better now that those have been removed, because I'll just leave it at that. Other than that, I have nothing to report. I thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report.
Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to advise the council that we've been getting reports and complaints about sideshows and car shows coming in at the city of Hollister. They are unsanctioned events and that have been occurring. And just to let you know, we reached out to our partners at the Highway Patrol. They've confirmed with us that they will be sending extra units into our cities, especially if those events are publicized. And they also offered us free training for our police force in regards to some of the more obscure vehicle code violations that could be happening that are quite common in these situations. So we're moving forward with that plan to work with our partners with the Highway Patrol.
Thank you, and good information. City Clerk?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to G3.
Yes, Mayor. The county has requested to do a quick presentation on the property exchange between the County of San Benito, the City of Hollister, and the San Benito Joint Union High School District. I believe it's going to be Mr. Young doing the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Manager. My name is Benny Young, and I am a relatively new employee of San Benito County. I'm the director of the Resource Management Agency, which most of you know is an umbrella agency that oversees land use functions and primarily public works for the County of San Benito. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak briefly with you about a project that I think is really important. And it's an honor to address you and thank you on behalf of San Benito County for the opportunity. I've been here a short while, but there are a number of projects that I'm really excited about, and it's my pleasure to be a part of. And one of them is the planning and joint planning with the city of Hollister on a regional park and river parkway along the San Benito River through Hollister, and eventually perhaps tying all the way over to Highway 101 near Betabel, and south to the county's historical park south of Tres Pinos. I can't take any credit for this, but I think a great vision is emerging for a regional parkway and park. The first piece of it potentially is right in the heart of Hollister, just south of the high school. I wanted to just give you a quick update on a significant grant opportunity that we plan to pursue so that you could track along with that. And also wanted to just compliment the city of Hollister on the work that you are already doing along the San Benito River. I had an opportunity this weekend to go walk the new trail that you have constructed on the east side of the San Benito River, south of 4th Street, tying into Apricot Park, and I think it's wonderful. And there's a chance for all of this to start to come together over time, and the regional park south of the high school could be an important element of that. If the clerk would advance the slides, I will move quickly through these. So we'll go on to slide 1, or the next slide, please. Thank you. Planning for this focus area began in 2012, and the city and county were both involved. There were a large range of stakeholders involved in the discussion, including the school district and various community groups. In 2016, the city of Hollister and San Benito High School and San Benito County entered into an interagency cooperation agreement, which talks about the roles and responsibilities to facilitate the transfer of property on the south side of River Parkway to San Benito County for the development of a regional park. One of the obligations that the county had was to build River Parkway from Nash Street, south of the high school, tying into San Benito Street. And in 2019, that project was completed by the county for just under $2 million of investment. This next Tuesday at the board meeting on March 23rd, one of the companion items to the understanding that was reached in 2016 is that a block of Nash Street is to be vacated between West and Monterey. And if you would kindly advance to the next slide, we can show that. So the area that's outlined in green is what the high school has agreed to transfer to San Benito County for the development of a regional parkway for the community. And in return for that transfer, one of the obligations that we have jointly, the city and county, is to vacate a block of Nash between West and Monterey as indicated by the upper arrow. If you'll advance to the next slide, I would appreciate it. So the total area that's available for the development of a regional park is about 70 acres. And that's an important number, not just because that's a substantial holding, which could allow a tremendous asset to be developed, but it's also one of the requirements of the grant that we are pursuing is that the holding has to exceed 50 acres. With the high school's transfer, it's not quite there, but the city also, the county acquired a piece of property immediately adjacent to the high school land. So there's a total of 70 acres available for the development of a regional park. Next slide, please. The Prop 68 grant that we would like to pursue, and we're starting to assemble that application now, is restricted to counties, regional park districts, and joint power authorities. And there's up to $3 million per project available. I think we, as a community and as a county, have a very good chance of securing this grant. And one of the things that makes it attractive is our work together, or your work together, prior to my arrival on developing the concept for what could be done in south of the high school. The projects have to be greater than 50 acres, so we have 70, so we meet that requirement. Some of the projects that are eligible include trails, regional sports complexes, visitors interpretive facilities, and other recreation facilities. Next slide, please. The timeline is really important to us because the grant has to be filed by November of this year. But it's important that we begin the public outreach component of this as soon as we can, as soon as May if possible, and so that we can get community input and thoughts with regard to what the design should consist of and have stakeholder meetings, get board of supervisor approval for the concept that emerges from that by September, finalize our grant submittal application and submit it in November. And one of the reasons that the securing of the land transfer from the high school is so important is our grant application is dramatically strengthened if we are in possession of the land. And under the agreement that you all made in 2016, that should be doable if we continue to work together. And so the sooner we secure the land for the county so we can include that in our grant application, the better. Next slide, please. I think it's important to bear in mind how this fits into the larger river park trail system that could emerge over time and that was called for in the 2012 San Benito River Parkway plan, extending all the way from Highway 101 on the northwest end and south to the county's historic park, just north of Lotto Park. I just think this will be a tremendous community asset. I spent most of my career in a city where we were able to do this sort of thing along the stream systems within the community, and they are extremely well received by the public, in my experience, and become a tremendous asset for the community. So I think as we work on this, we need to keep in mind the larger vision that is emerging for the development of this larger system over time. That red circle there shows the area that we are working on now. Next slide, please. I know, Mr. Mayor, one of the things you expressed on a coordination call a couple weeks ago is that it's important to you and the city to have an intersection control mechanism for the intersection of River Parkway and San Benito Street. And I'm pleased to report to you that we have developed an interim traffic control plan that would call for the installation of a three-way stop at this location. And that, I say interim because the county is committing to not only put in a much larger traffic control system at that location, and better in my opinion, but also to improve San Benito Street from that location down to Nash so that it has new paving and pedestrian and bicycle amenities along the reach. The plans for the interim stop are completed, and your staff is working with our staff to implement that within the reasonably foreseeable future. Within a few weeks, the county will be installing all the signing, and thanks to your manager, Mr. Miller, the city of Hollister is willing to do the pavement marking. So I'm excited about that cooperation as well. Next slide, please. The longer term vision possibly could include a roundabout. I happen to have experience with those and think they work extremely safely. And we would plan to pursue that, but it's going to be a year or maybe two before we can get to the point of actually building it. So I appreciate your forbearance in allowing us to put an interim traffic control measure in at that location to be followed later by the roundabout after it's fully vetted and designed, and urban level improvements from that location on down to Nash that we anticipate funding with county funds, Measure B and or SB1, Measure G rather. Next slide, please. In addition, we are planning to put some interim parking about where that star is. That's on the Palm Tag property that the county already owns. That's part of the 70-acre holding. Eventually, when the plan is developed, there will be a more substantial parking facility investment. But for now, we wanted to put temporary parking on the south side of River Parkway in that approximate location, as shown on the left of that slide, so that we don't have to have users of the park and the existing informal trail system that exists there now walk across River Parkway. It would be safer to park them on that side, park our customers and visitors and citizens on that side so they don't have to cross River Parkway. Next slide, please. I put this in to show how this fits in with the larger system and to extend our compliments to the county, to the city, for the first phase of the Parkway Trail along the east side of the San Benito River next to the wastewater ponds, kind of the upper end of that yellow line on the east side of the river. And also note that there's a chance that we could work together to pursue a second grant, even as soon as this particular grant cycle, if we can reach an agreement to provide a bridge across the San Benito River to your Brigantino Park. That would be another $3 million grant opportunity. So if we were to be successful with both grants, we could have as much as $6 million to invest in the early development of what I think will be a marvelous asset. And the county is also planning to apply some of its parks impact fees to the project to facilitate the implementation of the early phases. But that shows where you could have a bridge across the San Benito River that would tie the trail system to Brigantino Park. And I understand that there may be a possibility of having that serve a dual purpose for a pipeline to provide reclaimed water between the ponds and Brigantino Park. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I thank you for your time. I just think it's a tremendous opportunity to work together. And this fits into the larger system and the immediate Reach 3 from 4th Street to Southside Road. That's about 4 miles. And it prioritizes that right in the heart of the community, which I think is an appropriate initial priority for us as a region. And as part of this process, we would update the San Benito County Park Master Plan to reflect the detailed plan that would be developed for the new regional park south of the high school. And if you're interested, Mr. Mayor and members of council, we could enter into a JPA perhaps to apply for that second grant that I mentioned. Mr. Mayor, members of council, that's my presentation. I'll be happy to try to answer questions. We do appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Is there any questions or comments from council?
I have one or two.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
Looking at this plan, I mean, don't get me wrong. This is something I've dreamed of for Hollister for over 25 years. This is absolutely fantastic. I do have concerns about closing down Nash Road permanently. It's my understanding that when the previous council and previous supervisors entered into this agreement, the police department, Hollister PD, and Hollister Fire Department were not talked to about this. My whole concern is getting our services to their calls as fast as possible. In closing down Nash Road, this will not happen. I think we need to involve Hollister PD and Hollister Fire Department before we decide to close down Nash Road. I also will say that, and everybody knows how I feel about roundabouts, putting a roundabout at that corner when you've got a bunch of kids coming out of high school who want to get home, they'll drive right through it. They won't care. And you're going to have accidents. I do know, talking to former supervisors, that Riverside Road, or whatever it's called, that road behind the high school, was so put together so fast that there are just many problems with it. I think that needs to be looked at before we decide on closing any road. And we also need to realize that Nash Road is a, I'm going to kill this word, thoroughfare, from the west side to the east side. There's just a lot of problems with this right now, and I think we really need to look at it closer before we agree to do anything. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Young, thank you for your presentation. I like and agree with everything you've said. I did want to follow up on Councilmember Spencer's comment, though. Are you aware whether or not AMR, the county sheriff, our city of Hollister Police Department, or our city and county fire department, have they weighed in on this as it relates to the road closure potential or possibility?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission.
Go ahead, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, thank you for the question. I've only been here since the fall of this year, so I don't have a complete answer to your question. I think it's an excellent question. But I do think it's appropriate for us all collectively to, excuse me, involve the public safety agencies in that discussion. And I think there may be satisfactory ways to resolve whatever concerns they may have. I do know the school district is really focused on the safety of the young people that cross Nash Street now, and it's an effort to kind of unify their north and south campuses, and in the interest of that safety element. But I'm unable, I apologize, to be able to specifically address the involvement of public safety agencies to this point.
Thank you, sir. One follow-up question, please.
Go ahead, sir. Has the county developed a plan B or a contingency plan in the event one or both of the grants that you've spoken about this evening don't come to fruition?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns, the only funding source that we have available if we are unable to secure the grant is some accumulated impact fees that we've collected from area developments. And I think we have close to $3 million for that. And so that's the only fallback plan that I'm aware of. If we were to secure one of these grants, we'd have maybe twice that, 6 million altogether. And if we were to pursue jointly the third grant, we could have as much as 9, if we are successful, obviously, with the grant pursuit. I would have to talk to the county administrator and our own board to see whether or not, if we are unsuccessful with the grants, that whether or not we would be willing to spend the accumulated impact fees at that location, or we might have to develop another priority. So I don't have a complete answer to that question either. But I think given the county's initial investment of almost $2 million already, it's very likely, the board seems very supportive for this, given the context and the overall scheme of the River Park development, that I think, I can't speak for the board, but I think it's likely that they would still support some kind of initial investment if at all possible. But we would have to ask our board that question.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mayor, I support the process, but I also have my reservations without having a clear understanding of what public safety's response is to emergency responses, but I'm supportive of it conceptually. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from council?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
We actually do have, Hollister PD here. I would like to hear what they have to say about this,
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as in regards to closing down permanently Nash Road, we know we've been closing it during the school, and it's for the safety of the children, and that is completely understandable. But there are weekends, nights, summer, when the school's not in session, when those gates are open. They are an essential thoroughfare for going from point A to point B throughout our city in emergency situations. I don't want to speak for the fire department, but I know the ambulance and police officers use that road. It's a straight shot to get across rather quickly. So if you were asking me, that it is an essential thoroughfare for emergency service vehicles.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there any other questions or comments from council before we go to public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we have somebody from the fire department who'd like to speak.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. Thank you. This is Charlie with the Hollister Fire Department, the fire marshal and the interim fire chief. I concur with what Chief Reynoso was saying also. When it comes to the closure of this street, we've had probably zero communication about this topic, and even adding their traffic calming devices, which we never allow, but they went ahead and did it. And the gates, we were told about them, and then they installed them without our approval. So we would have made those a lot wider. But I do understand about the safety of it, and we do support the gates, but not closing the roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I may?
Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
Yeah, I have big concerns about the thoroughfare too. You have the safety issue with both the emergency responders getting to an incident, and I so understand the safety of our students, because they are our future. The park plan is great. It's really, everything kind of flows, but I don't know if we're I don't see where it's really that great of idea, because I mean, what about the everyday use of how many people are going through there? Was there a traffic study done for this at all? Or, I mean, where all the people that live down farther on Nash to go to Safeway, they're gonna have to go around, and I guess that's not a big deal if that's not us, but if we live down there and this was planned that way, and it was closed during the school time to keep our children safe, our teens safe, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to be sacrificing time of a fire department or police department to get to, if it was my family member, I would be really upset that they had to go around. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I guess we'll go to public comment now.
Anita Kane?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
We can hear you?
Go ahead, Ms. Kane.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Kane. Go
We
ahead.
can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, everyone. I'm Anita Kane, Hollister resident. So I've been very much encouraged to see the public's use of the informal trails back behind the high school, humble as they are, because they represent the next step in the regional park and river parkway, which has been dreamed about and discussed for so many years, since 2012 and well before that even. To be honest, I've become a little bit jaded. It's easy to get that way, seeing the slow, drawn out process that these projects can take sometimes. But any of you listening this evening that have walked the trails back there they've experienced just the tip of the iceberg that this regional park and river trail will be. And at least you've seen a part of it, and hopefully your imagination can carry you a bit further. And I have to say, I'm disappointed to hear folks seem surprised about the closure. Hasn't this been discussed over and over in the last number of years? The full closure of Nash Road. I live on West Street. I know the impacts that it has on the times when that's closed. And I'm fully confident that some good planning and the roundabout and other traffic control measures can be put in place that will allow traffic to continue to flow. And it just seems to me that if in the cooperation effort that we expect from our government agencies, that these things could be discussed and cooperatively overcome in order to promote this wonderful benefit for the whole community, not just one side of town. We all have to cooperate, and there's going to be give and take, but with cooperation and working together, I think we can do this. And I don't think we should let this opportunity slide past us without really jumping in and doing our very best to see this through, and not just say, no, we're not going to do it. That to me is not cooperation. That's not what I expect from the folks that are in the lead of our community's government. So I really hope that Mayor and the council will do your best to look at this with a cooperative effort to see it through. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Corrigan?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is John Corrigan. I'm the President of the Board of Trustees of the San Bernardino High School District. I'm a newcomer to Hollister. I've only been here for 25 years. But I remember in 2016 when this was all coming to fruition, I was so excited to finally see multiple agencies in this county working together to better the community. It hadn't been very apparent, at least in my observation, up until that point. And I thought, man, we're really finally starting to move this community forward. This regional park is an opportunity that will not only serve the residents of this community, but will also bring economic impact to our community. And I think that it's high time that we're willing to do this. There are so many kids across that street, and now with the gates closed, they are a little bit safer. But when you have a basketball game or a dance or something like that, they sort of are conditioned to walk across the street wherever. And so now in the evenings and on the weekends when things are going on down there, it's even more dangerous. So I think that one of the difficulties in being a leader, whether you're on the city council or a school board or a county supervisor, is that it sometimes is difficult to take your district's hat off and make decisions for the betterment of the entire community. And I think that that's what you guys are facing right now. It's hard to set aside egos and all that. But this regional park is an opportunity for the community like we've not seen in a very, very long time. I think that the work that's been so far has been tremendous, and my hat's off to everybody involved. And I'm haven't had all that much to do with it. I'm kind of a newcomer to it myself, but I know that back in 2016 there were many groups and agencies and folks had discussions and everybody thought it was a pretty good idea at the time. And I would urge the council to have the courage to do what's best for the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rob Zimmerman?
Hello, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rob Zimmerman. I'm employee of San Benito High School District, the construction manager, and I'm hoping to shed some light on the ongoings of the Nash Road project and the mitigation measures, traffic mitigation measures around the school. So 2017, April of 2017, we conducted some Nash Road closure meetings. And in those meetings, we talked about concerns for doing this, the design, and the impacts it will have. And in these meetings, I went back and I pulled all my my invites for this. And we had people from the police chief, mayor, the sheriffs at the time, the fire chief was there, city manager, city planning department, along with their staff, county RMA director at the time, AMR, the water district, city council members past and present, county supervisors past and present, or school board members, the administration, classified certificated staff, and the HOA legal counsel and students represented at these meetings. In conjunction with these meetings, starting in May of 2017, we started a neighborhood advisory committee where we would invite the neighbors in the surrounding area or whoever would like to come if they read the website, and we would inform them of the projects that were presently happening or the future projects and how the impacts would affect them and how we could better mitigate any issues for the neighbors in those at that time in those surrounding areas. So I can tell you, as we designed and got input from the fire department, the city planning commission, because they did make changes in our initial design of the gates system out there. I can tell you quickly here that the gate systems were brought in the way they were. I know there was a representative there tonight worried about the width of it. That was a speed calming measure, the bulbs, to slow down the traffic through there. And with that design, it allowed rainwater to flow to the gutters and maintain the bike path that's presently there now. Along with the traffic mitigation members around the school north of Nash, we installed speed tables, signage, solar radar signs throughout that, and on Powell Street, again, with getting the advice and input from many of these agencies in a collaborative effort. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Sean Tenenbaum?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure and honor to be here this evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Appreciate the time and effort. I also want to thank you for agendizing and receiving the information from the County of San Benito's RMA department. If there are further questions regarding the involvement of HPD, HFD, any of the local agencies, Mr. Zimmerman, myself, my staff would be available for any further questions or to re-engage in the process. As Mr. Zimmerman alluded to, we spent 2 years working with local folks to ensure that the traffic calming measures, the mitigation measures, the county road was up to date. Folks were informed of the process, and we'd be happy to continue that effort. But I do want to shed some light on how important this project is. We're extremely encouraged by the planning and foresight of the City of Hollister, the County Board of Supervisors, and the RMA department, as well as Ray Espinosa and his team. As you're aware, one of the byproducts of our collective efforts is to ensure a safe learning and working environment for Samuel High School students and staff. And throughout our collaboration together, we have acknowledged the challenges that closing a portion of Nash Road may create. But our shared focus on student safety has led to some creative, forward-thinking problem solving for our community. We look forward to realizing our vision and ask for your support in finalizing the necessary steps outlined in the interagency cooperation agreement. I appreciate your time this evening We look forward to any further questions, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kylie Corrigan, I'm sorry.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and members of the audience. My name is Kylie Corrigan, and I'm a senior at San Benito High School. I'm a very involved student, being a two-sport athlete, and I hold several roles in student government. These roles require me to be on campus before and after school hours when the gates to Nash Road are open. Students have adapted to the gates being closed during school hours and expect them to be closed when they are crossing the street after practice and other events. But the gates aren't closed. They're open and people are constantly speeding through Nash Road. During my time at San Benito High School, I have been put on lockdown due to a high-speed chase through Nash Road, have almost been hit myself, and watched a hit and run of 2 of my teammates. This is unacceptable. Students should feel safe while at school and feel as if they can walk to class without the danger of being hit by a car. The only way to achieve this feeling of safety is to permanently close Nash Road. I respectfully ask that you consider the safety of your community members, the students, and follow through with the closure of Nash Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Robin Pollard?
Good evening. I'm heartbroken. I can't believe that this opportunity to improve our River Parkway could slip away over closing Nash Road. Why, with all the construction that happened at that high school, why wasn't a tunnel for the students to cross put in at the time when they put that huge $1 million quad in? It could have opened right up into it. It would have been really nice. People could have still drove on Nash Road, but instead we're being held hostage on this whole property thing to get the regional park started. So I don't know what you're gonna do, but I really think just digging a big hole and making a passageway and putting those metal things on top, and let's move forward. This park is so valuable to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Hernandez?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council, just checking you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to kind of give you guys a little bit of a take from the, well, speaking as one ad hoc member, it's I and Supervisor Kosmicki that have had these conversations. I was elected in 2018, and since 2018, this has been honestly a laser focus. Although I wasn't part of those conversations pre-2018, obviously with emergency services, I'm more than willing to have a thorough conversation on the emergency plan and making sure that you have safety access. But like some of the comments that were mentioned, I completely agree. This is a big picture thing. To try to develop a regional park, it's something that San Benito County doesn't have, has never had. And to a certain extent, I feel like it's a huge opportunity that maybe to kind of share the vision a little bit of what that game plan is and how it could totally benefit our community. And that's along with obviously including safety in that conversation. So from the get-go, Mr. Mayor, the initial ad hoc we actually had, it was I and Supervisor Delacruz before Supervisor Kosmicki was on board, obviously just getting elected. We I and you and Supervisor Delacruz and Councilman Resendez had visited 3 parks to I know you remember probably pretty well. And the original conversation was about a sports complex. And long and short, obviously it didn't necessarily pan out, but the excitement was still there because we have put even a lot of time into understanding the benefit, the regional benefit. So now looking forward, with that focus, we always thought about a public-private partnership because we knew that when it comes to the general fund, our ability to spend money on something that ultimately we'd have to spend out of the general fund and then ultimately have to maintain it, right? The ongoing cost, it would just be outside of our ability to manage. So the ultimate goal was how do we partner with the public? And ultimately the bigger picture vision, which we scaled it back, but nonetheless, we really believe that's the tough part about a vision is you literally have to go after it and knowing that other people might not see it just yet. But with that said, you know, we see the value of Pinnacles National Park, Hollister Hills. The latest numbers share that there was 500,000 visitors that go out to that community. That place, that location, the regional park is centrally located. Huge opportunity for economic development, as John Corrigan had mentioned earlier. Could be a big revenue raiser for not only for our community, but ultimately to manage the services, to address the need, to hire more staff. I mean, tourism has a long-term impact. I mean, we see the benefits in Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. A huge part of their revenue, which obviously was hit in COVID times,
Mr. Hernandez.
really bad.
Thank you,
We're at the
Mr.
3-minute
Hernandez.
point. Thank you for your comments.
Sorry.
Valerie Eglin.
There we go. I'm unmuted.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. This is Valerie Eglin, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation and resident outside of San Juan in the county. I have in my hands the environmental impact report for the River Parkway and Regional Park project. When it came to air quality around the high school, with increased traffic because of a regional park being nearby, was considered less than significant. Therefore, the gates or to close off Nash Road was not considered a mitigation for air quality. And I have not been able to totally refresh my memory on all these other things, but I do understand that closure of Nash Road is significant to the city, but it is also significant to the city to have the health and freedom of a park nearby within 10 minutes. All those areas that are impacted by closure of Nash Road will benefit by these paths and the parkway. There has to be a way that the city can navigate, change the roads, the streets, that they could make them one way in one direction in order that people have easier way in and out. But as Mr. Corrigan had said also, there were significant numbers of people speaking to the parks, and the police and the fire were brought in. Everybody was brought in that considered that Nash Road. And I think it's a flip of the coin for to just say, no, we're just going to close it. Or no, we're just going to leave it open. I think the students deserve to have a free and open campus, just like in San Jose State when they closed off 4th Street. The town screamed. But I tell you, that is what saved that campus. And then they closed off 5th Street. So I think it's imperative that the city council truly consider how you can mitigate the closure by creating one-way streets that provide for the neighborhood and for safety. It is totally important. The park is also part of their health and wellness and safety in living, just living. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Heidi Andrade.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Heidi Andrade, and I am a sophomore at San Benito High School, and I am here in support of permanently closing a portion of Nash Road to allow more students and staff members at SBHS to safely get around campus. I am also a part of ASB, and we sometimes hold Saturday events, and I know that students and staff members would feel a lot safer supporting our events if Nash Road was permanently closed. I also know that some teachers and students arrive early and leave late. I remember one time I stayed late to paint something for a class assembly, and my dad was coming to pick me up, but I had to cross the street, and the school gates were open, so cars were passing by. And since it was after school hours, they were not going at 25 miles per hour. But nothing happened to me, but it was dark and I was alone. And I know that I would have felt a lot safer if that portion of Nash Road was permanently closed. And every other school campus in Hollister doesn't have this problem to worry about. So I really hope that you consider permanently closing Nash Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Perez, go ahead.
Yeah, so I totally understand the concern for closing Nash Road. You know, everyone wants to keep our kids safe. But what about the rest of the what about the rest of the city that lives down there? I don't know, maybe when you're younger, you don't think about as much as when you having a paramedic come to address an issue about me or my brother, my uncle, my sister. So I get it. It's like, this is a really tough one because it's like, we got over here on one side, the safety of our students. And then, you know, we got this great regional park that has potential. And so for those two, we should just throw out the fire department and, excuse me, the fire department and the police having fast access to an area of town. I don't even know how often they go there, but I live near that area, and I hear them going that direction, that vicinity. It seems to me that basically we got here, Hollister School, San Benito High School is saying, hey, we're going to give you this road here, or you give us this road here, and we're going to give you all that property over there. Well, the issue is really that we need to come up with a passageway from the high school. It'd be great. I mean, it would be really great just to have it one open campus. That would be really awesome, you know. But we got to look at the whole picture here, not just, you know, who's in charge of closing and opening these gates? Is it staff? I mean, when are they supposed to open and close it? Maybe we need to adjust that, you know. I mean, what if the high school said, hey, here, County of San Benito, go ahead and move forward with the regional park. And in the meantime, let's work together so we can get something done over here, making a passageway, overpass, underpass, something like that. Instead of everybody coming up at arms over these people should be safe, and these people, well, you know, they're old anyway, so what? You know, yeah, because I have a 20-year-old, he used to go through there all the time, so, mostly to the office, but he went. But no, I don't want anyone to think that, you know, it's not a thing about, we don't care about our kids. I just think that we need to look at all the options, and to keep the ball rolling with this county regional thing. Why doesn't the high school step up and say, here, move forward with this, keep going with this, and let's come back and let's deal with this other issue, because, you know, regional's important, kid safety is important, and you know what? Our neighbors down the street, they're important too. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Did I see, Councilmember Spencer, go ahead.
Okay, I will concur with Councilmember Perez. I am not against the safety of our kids. I worked at that high school for 23 years, 22 years, and I've seen a lot. And I just feel that closing that road down permanently is bad. I listen to the kids. I know some of these kids that talked tonight. Yes, Nash Road is a bad road, but let's talk about a Friday night football game on San Benito Street. That's even worse. Are those gates right now? Well, right now they can't be closed because somebody broke one, but when they were operational, they were closed from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., which is plenty of time. But I can also guarantee you when those gates were closed, kids were crossing the street down by Powell and San Benito Street. They didn't even wait to get to the gates. There's just so many there's a lot of kids there, and teenagers are teenagers. They're gonna cross wherever their little hearts desire. I do think that we need to go back in and look at everything. That's a big school. You've got a lot of roads. Closing down one is going to put pressure on the other roads. It's going to put kids racing down these roads. Monterey, during a regular school day with the gates closed, becomes a raceway. And I talked to residents on Monterey Road, and they are fearful of school reopening because of Monterey Street. That's all I can say. I mean, closing it permanently is not the answer. And being held hostage for a piece of property is just not a very nice thing. I do think that we should look into doing a crossover. Going underneath, I know is kind of, we can't do that, but I know that there could be a crossover that would look amazing, and it would be safe for the kids, and Nash Road would be open for our services to get from one side to the other instead of having to try to figure out how to get around. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Without putting our police or fire department on the spot, maybe I will. I'm wondering if either of our spokespeople from police and fire could give us a sense of how much longer, if that area was closed, would it take in time? Because I know time matters and seconds count. How much time would it extend them from getting to one point to another using a different route? And my comments are, I am absolutely persuaded and influenced by Mr. Zimmerman and Mr. Tannenbaum. Then I do believe that those conversations did happen, although I'm taking them at their word. But it sounds to me like we're 5 years later, and that's not uncommon for projects like this. And I'm encouraged by Mr. Hernandez's comments regarding that if we move forward with this project, that safety is of paramount concern. Those are my words, not his, but his were probably more elegant than mine. And in final comment, I heard Mr. Hernandez say that you, Mayor, and Vice Mayor Resendez may have been part of an ad hoc committee, if I heard correct. And so I would like to hear your comments as well. Now, that will conclude my comments at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I do have some questions.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thanks. So I was on the ad hoc committee when I first got elected into office, and so I do have a little bit of knowledge about this. And I've got some questions because I've been out of the loop, so somebody can help me clarify. I remember that piece of that property was owned by a family, and the county was trying to acquire that land. Did that happen after all? If anybody can answer that question for me.
Yes, Vice Mayor Resendez, I believe that's what Mr. Young had commented, that the county was able to purchase that land.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
Benny Young with San Benito County.
Go ahead, Mr. Young.
As the manager indicated, the county did acquire what's called the Palm Tag property, which is a family name of importance here in the community on the south side of River Parkway. And that's what enables us to get to 70 acres when the property is assembled. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then can you tell me more about the JPA? What is the JPA going to look like? Who's in the JPA?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission.
Go ahead, Mr. Young. You can go ahead and respond. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez, thank you for that question. If we were to form a JPA just to pursue the second grant, I think it would just be the city and the county.
So who would hold the title? Who would own the park, the property?
There are two issues on the floor, I think. First of all, the property south of the high school would be owned by the county because the high school's commitment to the community under the 2016 agreement was to convey that land that we showed in green on the PowerPoint to the county. The second grant that I mentioned as a possibility that we might mutually explore for the bridge across the river near Brigantino that could also convey your pipeline. I think, that would be the JPA, which would be the city and county would decide that, but I would see that as being the city's.
Got it. Okay. I was confused about that. So essentially the county is going to own this park. It's now going to be a 70-acre park because they acquired the land. And if we don't approve this tonight, we essentially are not going to be able to, or the county is not going to be able to apply for the grant to develop this park, right?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Go ahead, Mr.
Resendez. We need possession of the property in a timely fashion to be able to strengthen our position for the grant application. And if I may say so, it may be, I do think the public safety community needs to be reengaged, as the superintendent indicated. And I'm wondering, this is just my personal opinion, this is not an utterance of the county or the Board of Supervisors, but maybe there's a way for us to come into possession of the land in a way that strengthens the grant and continue working on the public safety issues. In my opinion, they're valid, but they're not insurmountable. And I don't think it's an all or nothing proposition for the city and or the county and the school district. But that's just my personal thought, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Resendez.
Okay, so my thoughts are this, and this is how I felt back then and this is how I feel now. I had some concern about closing that road for a couple of reasons. Some of the constituents were completely against it. I don't think that we're prioritizing the children's safety over older people. I think that that's a bit overreach, in my opinion. I do think, why hasn't the high school given us the land? Why do we have to close the road before we do that? Or given it to the county? And we can work through those issues. I guess, I don't know, this is a hard one, right? But ultimately, I think that we need to prioritize the kids' safety and an opportunity to get a 70-acre regional park. We just approved more homes here tonight. Where are those people gonna go? Where are their kids gonna go? We're gonna have a parking, we're gonna have trails, we're gonna have a 70-acre park there. We really need to maintain the infrastructure and the balance, healthy balance while we grow the community. So I don't know, those are my thoughts. And honestly, I don't know which way I'm gonna go tonight. This is a hard one, thank you.
Thank you, sir. To respond, Mr. Burns, you asked a question about the conversations over the years. The city, county, school district have been talking about this for quite a while. It was the conversation was about closing the gates from 7 to 7 during the school days, and I think during special events. And in return, the county would build a bypass around the school before that could happen. Then the city, county, we were having conversations about trying to do a partnership with that land, hoping that the school district would actually give the city a portion of that land so that the county and city would be joint partners in that property. We could work together. That didn't materialize in the end, and the county chose to go out alone as far as the park goes. So that was a different conversation that started happening. Then the conversation about safety precautions there at the three-way stop, some other methods to slow traffic along the bypass, and also at the very end, a discussion about putting a protective barrier at the end of Nash where the home is, where the car did crash into that home recently, to protect that from ever happening. You know, there's a lot of different conversations. I heard a lot of good feedback from all of you tonight, a lot of great questions about concerns, and they all valid all the way around. I think having a regional park is something that's very important to the community. I think there's ways to make all these things happen. But, you know, I think all of you asked good questions tonight, and I understand your opinions on it. Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments?
Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
I did see a furtive movement by our acting fire chief, so my sense is he may have wanted to answer the question about how long it would add to their time.
Sure.
And I'd
If
like to
he's
give
there,
him
go
the
ahead and bring him up.
opportunity,
He can come up,
as well as
Chief.
the chief of police, if you'd be so kind to comment as well. Thank you.
Just so we all know, I do support the park, and I think we can do both. I'm not against the park at all. And initially, when we came through here, we were all for temporary closing and putting up the gate. So we're all for that. That's why we were willing to compromise it, because they're building the other way. As far as calls, you got to remember, the brain starts dying after 2 minutes of no oxygen, and fire doubles in size every minute. So with that, it compromised some time. We did have a fire over on Homestead. We were on another call from Station 1, so Station 2 had to come through. They were compromised along with chief staffs. We're not against closing it for extended amount of time. We're not opposed for special events closing it. But you got to remember too, we have a big 80,000 pound fire engine trying to zigzag through neighborhoods, which is also not real safe trying to go through there because you have kids playing, as well as people crossing the street. So that's a main thoroughfare for us as well as PD. So we're not having to zigzag and hit someone crossing the street or riding the bike that just by chance doesn't even see us or hear us. So we want to take the wider roads and the quicker roads, and that's the best access for it. We're not saying to leave it open. We're not saying to take out the speed tables that are already there. We're just saying, just give it to us for the nighttime. We're okay with that. We're just saying, give it to us for the times it's not being used. We're all for that. But for the park, we're all for the park. We want that, but we could get the best of both worlds, and I think it's a good compromise for us. And I'm sure PD agrees also.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
if he can stay up there, please.
Vice Mayor Resendez, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is not the first time we've heard about this. This was in 2016, they talked about it. It did come to the council when I was first on the council. And if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Bedoya, you guys have remote control access to those gates. You guys can communicate with the staff there and open it up. Is that not true? I thought that's what was said from a previous meeting.
But we don't have access.
So I don't know, Councilmember Spencer, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I thought last time we had talked about this, and you worked there, so you might know, did they not have like a remote control access and they would communicate with the staff out there?
No, they do not have remote access, and they do not communicate with the staff. What is out there right now, if it works, is that, and not all, none of the police have it, and only a few of the fire trucks. The lights, I think it is, triggers a sensor and it opens the gates. But there have been incidences where the gates opened up and before the fire truck could even get through, they started closing. Police do not have access to the gates. They cannot open them on a call. It's just, you know, like I said, I'm not against having the gates closed from 7 to 7. But like Chief Bedoya said, you know, give it to them at night. It's hard out there. And yeah, and Councilman Resendez, again, I will confirm that the fire department does not have a remote access to the gates or any communication with staff.
Yeah, thank you for that. I just, for some reason, I thought that that was part of the discussion. So apparently the lights are supposed to trigger it, but either way, yeah, I don't know. Is there more accidents during the day or during the night? Do you think that there's statistics to prove that? I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. It is closed partly through the day, so you're gonna have to go through the other cities either way, right? So I don't know, I'm just asking questions and wondering about those. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Resendez, this is Chief Bedola again. So we wouldn't be utilizing those even if they did work during the hours that schools are closed because we don't want to compromise the kids' safety also. So at least from 7 to 7, or they notify us if it's closed, we're not going to blast through there and open up those gates anyways. We're going to go around and make the other ways to keep it safe for all around, for everybody all around.
Got it. Thank you. So,
Sir. I think there probably is a response from Mr. Young. I see his hand raised. And Mr. Tannenbaugh, also.
Also, Chief Reynoso has a response.
Mr. Reynoso, thank you for pointing that. We'll go with Chief Reynoso first.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Bedoya made some excellent points. Our vehicles aren't as heavy as his, so they won't be as delayed as his. But if they're going down that road, they're going to go down 3 sides of the high school to go around there versus just going through one side of the high school. We're not opposed to it being closed during school hours. We understand the safety aspect for the kids. And also the night events, if there's dancing and stuff like that, we can have a schedule where we know ahead of time that it'll be closed for longer periods of time. But just to have it there permanently, like I said, weekends, during the summer, during vacations, for the road not to be there, it's creating a delay all the time versus just some of the time when there's schools there. And we can try to avoid it, knowing that the gates are closed during regular school time. But when you get the call and our officers are on patrol, they could be in that area and they need to get across town. That is the fastest route. And for the comments that were made about you get used to them being closed and then after school you almost get hit by a car or something like that. When those gates are open, there's stop signs right over and a speed table. There's stop signs on Monterey Street and on Powell, and flashing lights as well. So all of that, and it's also traffic calming because those gates, even though they're open, they're reduced the length of the width of the vehicle. So it's actually very safe even when the gates are open because of all those traffic calming measures that were taken. So that's all. But it would definitely be take longer for the trucks to go there because of their weight and they don't maneuver as well as patrol cars.
Thank you, sir. So we'll go ahead and, Mr. Young, if you want to respond, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. All I wanted to indicate is that it's my opinion that there are options for retaining emergency vehicle access as part of the closure plan. And I think if that discussion is reconvened, we can talk about ways that emergency vehicle access can be retained in a way that's acceptable to the school district as well. That's my personal opinion that I just wanted to share with the group.
Thank you. Mr. Tannenbaugh?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm going to defer to Rob Zimmerman, our construction manager who worked with the Hollister Fire Department regarding the Opticom system. So, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind calling on Rob.
Go ahead, Mr. Zimmerman. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. This is Rob Zimmerman again. So just to clarify on those gates, there is an Opticom system that was worked with the chief that was attending the meetings. And Ms. Spencer is right. The police and SO do not have access to that, but all the trucks were tested from the fire department when these gates were put in. And we found that one of their trucks, the light that does fire off that sensor that's on each West Street and the Monterey Street intersection was not working. So it was a great indicator for them to get that fixed. But yes, all the trucks were checked. They did have access and the gates did open when they weren't responding to a call down Nash Road due to the sensitivity of those sensors. They were actually down by B Street and they could fire those gates off and open them up. So by the time they got to Nash Road, they were wide open and coming through. So all the safety things were put in place. They were checked. And I believe during our meetings that we had about the design, the concerns that the timing, if they had to go around and through the neighborhoods or use the bypass road to get to the other side, the west side there, that was spoke of also by the chief and Chief Westrick at the time, and a lieutenant from the PD, and the Captain Taylor from the sheriff's office, and the sheriff at the time. So there was a lot of conversation about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, this time we'll close public comment. We'll go back to council. Council, is there anything else you want to ask or?
Yeah, I was wondering, this is Councilman Perez.
Councilman Perez, go ahead, sir.
So I think it was Mr. Zimmerman was just speaking, even he had talked about the fire trucks being tested. How about the ambulances? Okay, so and I'm not trying to, like I said, this is a really tough subject. It's a great thing to have this regional park. It's great to keep our kids safe, And you know what? We need to get emergency access through there. The, you know, I think there's a lot to look at here, especially the gate issues. You know, the timing of, is 7 to 7 even enough? You know, and who's going to close those and open those? I haven't heard a response yet, so I don't know. But the, again, I would hate for the county to, and the city to miss out on this regional park, just because we can't find a safety answer for the Nash Road between Western Monterey. It'd be great to see the high school pass on the property so we can keep moving forward. And then, you know what, let's make this, our kids and our health, what more do we have? Seriously, at the end of the day, when you're on your last moments, you're not worried about the streets, you're not worried about your cars, you're worried about your health and your kids. And you're worried about your mother and your father. And so, you know what, let's work together. This is a great opportunity for us all to work together. The school, the county, the city, police, fire. You know, this is a great opportunity. Let's not pass this up. Let's work together on this and come up with a good answer for the community. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions or comments, Council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns, go.
Thank you. I am actually encouraged by the conversation. I sense there's a spirit of cooperation between the school district, the police, the fire department. I believe the sheriff's office and the county all want to do the right thing. It seems to me that there was part of the challenge here has been the delay in moving this project forward, and I get that. I have complete confidence in Mr. Young, and he's got a record of success and credibility wherever he's been, and he's been very successful. I liked hearing a couple of the comments from the community, and so I believe we can get to yes. I think in today's world, the technology exists to create the opportunities for our police and fire, public safety, paramedics, all of that. And so I'm going to support staff moving this project forward with reservations, only that we keep the conversation and the dialogue moving forward, because I think we all want the same thing at the end of the day, and I certainly don't want to see us lose an opportunity through the county for a grant to create a great atmosphere for our community. Mr. Resendez, I've heard what you've had to say in regards to, we just moved forward another housing project tonight, and I understand, and I absolutely agree with your comments that we need to provide recreational opportunities for those people. And for those reasons that I've stated, I'm going to move forward and support moving this project forward, knowing that we're going to do the right thing. Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Resendez, go ahead.
Yeah, I do think that we can also come to an agreement, but I don't like passing things unless we know for certain that they're going to get done. So if I may, Councilmember Burns, I would suggest that we put it off to a date certain, have those discussions, have those solutions come back to us, because I think that we're close to it, and then let's make a more informed decision then, because just given the past history of anything that we've done, I like to make sure that we have those things set in stone before we move forward. So if I can, I would suggest that we move it off to a date certain.
I would like to get a little more clarification, Mr. Burns, if I can, from your side, your perspective. I heard what you're saying. I believe what I'm hearing from the council is that the council is willing to keep having conversations, but that the road would have to be available to police and fire after those hours. I'm not sure if I was clear as far as if they felt that for the public traffic also, or just for emergency services. And I think we should be clear on that, if that's what the school district is looking for too, or they're looking to just permanently shut it down. So I think maybe it'd be helpful, as Mr. Resendez has pointed out, to clarify that. So if we move to more discussions, we could start from that point.
Mayor Velazquez, I can absolutely support your position and Vice Mayor Resendez's. And my sense is our focus, as I see it, is primarily around public safety and their ability to move about our city in a safe way, not exposing our community to unnecessary risk or their staff as well. And I sense in all the conversations that I think we all want to get to yes, and I think we can do that, and I'm certainly more than willing to wait to see how this plays out. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we had clarity for staff. So if there's gonna be conversation, negotiation, it is more about hours that it is closed and access for emergency services, but not a permanent closure. Correct? Okay. Is that the consensus of the council?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. City manager, I hope that was clear. I know it's a little tough for everyone, but I think that general consensus is to make sure there's still going to be access for emergency services. And I guess I should go back again and just so we're clear here. Does that mean for the council, the public also after hours?
I would like to keep it open after hours for now, for sure. That's always been something that I was in favor of.
Is that what the consensus is from the other council members?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, city
We have
manager, would
direction.
that help?
I have direction, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for the deep, you all made an absolutely certain point is it's important for all the way around, our kids and our families. Why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break? It's 9:25. Councilmember Perez, before we take a break, go ahead.
So I'm a little bit lost here.
Go ahead, sir.
So we want to open this up. We want to keep it the way it is, basically. I think that it's fair to give the county, the city, and the high school. And you know what? What about you high school students out there? Why don't you guys come up with some ideas and help us find a good solution to this whole program? You know, take on this. Help us out. This is your future. This is your school. It's our school, and it's our community. Let's make it safe for everybody. For everybody, we can do this. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. All right, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break then. Are we all ready to go, or?
We're waiting
Wait
for
for Mr. Burns?
Councilmember Burns, yes.
Okay. Okay, this time we will resume the meeting and move to item G4.
Yes, Mayor. Sorry, let me get there. So I have Mark Fontes wants to give a presentation about the Economic Development Corporation and their progress report. So Christine, if you can let him on. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council and City staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Next slide, please. For the record, I am Mark Fontes, Executive Director with the EDC. I started in February of 2020. Next slide, please. The EDC is pretty much driven by our policy document, which is the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, affectionately known as the CEDS, as well as the 2 MOUs that we have with the City of Hollister, as well as the county. Next slide. This slide we put in, it comes from the state organization CalEd. And we just like to include this to give you a brief overview as to how economic development fits in and why communities invest in economic development. Next slide. This is our specific mission, which is to promote economic development through business attraction and support, creating economic opportunities to improve our quality of life. The EDC is governed by an 11-member board. Aaron Johnston is president and Gillian Entz is vice president. The 2 staff are myself and Kathy Johnson. Next slide, please. Prior to my arrival, we thought it'd be a good idea just to document some of the primary things that the EDC did in 2019. And I think it's fair to say that the last bullet was the most important accomplishment in 2019 to bring professional staff on board to the EDC. Next slide, please. It was very interesting to start last February and started talking to folks and making the rounds and making connections and all of that. And then with the shelter-in-place order in March. Everything was sort of turned upside down, and our role changed dramatically. We took on the role of basically coordinating with county staff as well as the two cities. And our role was really to research and promote the CARES Act, SBA, PPP, and other resources available for local businesses. We did a number of things to do that. We worked with county staff quite a bit at this time, simply because of they were coordinating through the public health department the response to COVID, and we had to work with them directly. We did also work with county staff to facilitate, and Kathy, in fact, moderated the 11 industry-specific virtual forums with county staff. So even though these activities were done with the county, clearly it was done for the benefit of businesses in the entire county, including Hollister. Next slide, please. Since March of last year, we've been involved in a number of things. The first project I have listed here regarding fire clay tile, this is within the county in Aromas, but I wanted to include it here to give you an idea about how we operate a little bit, and frankly, what my thought process is. We are definitely all about jobs, and supporting businesses, expansion, attraction, retention, wherever the case may be. But we are also very, very focused and understand that it is important to help our government partners increase revenue. And so the fire clay story is quite interesting. When I found out that they were selling tile directly, I thought that they should be generating quite a bit of sales tax, and found out that fire clay was not even on the county's top 25 sales tax list. In talking with the CEO of fire clay and learning about the history, they opened a tile showroom in San Francisco, and I believe when they did that, I don't think they were aware, but San Francisco turned out to be their point of sale. Working with fire clay, we convinced them, and they actually did it on their own. They moved the point of sale from San Francisco to San Benito County, and now fire clay tile is one of the largest sales tax generators for San Benito County. A few months into the pandemic, we heard about the revolving loan fund, which evidently had been around for a number of years, but was kind of in hiatus. But at this time, what really clearly was needed were the small microloans, similar to the small grants that have been made by cities and counties. We found a model that was being used in Monterey County. We talked to EDA and Access Capital, who actually administers the program. And we in turn were able, with Access Capital, to turn that program into a microloan program. And now with HDA and the Chamber, we're coordinating webinars by Access Capital to promote this small loan program, now renamed the Grow San Benito Fund. One of the big topics we hear about countywide for a very good reason, and that is broadband, and looking for ways to expand broadband service throughout the county, including Hollister. Etheric Networks is a new company that is going to expand service significantly, both in the county and also for the city of Hollister. They recently received their permit, and they're proceeding to establish that new broadband service. They're also actively working with the school board, so they have that element going as well in terms of additional broadband service for the schools in the county. We've been involved in various business recruiting outreach. That's pretty much an ongoing thing. And we find that there's quite a bit of interest, primarily with small manufacturers in Silicon Valley. And frankly, we find these businesses are typically looking at Hollister. We deal with a lot of confidential information, and I can tell you at this time, there are a couple of businesses that are seriously looking at locations in Hollister. One of the things that attracts them is they have the ability to purchase land and build their building to spec rather than simply being renters in Milpitas or San Jose or whatever the case may be. Next slide, please. We also identified and we're marketing what's called the Federal New Markets Tax Credit. This is a credit that's actually been around a long time, since about 2000, and I've dealt with it over the years. It was not renewed probably back in 2010 or something like that, but in the tax bill of 2017, it was included. And in the most recent legislation at the end of 2020, most importantly, this tax credit has been extended until 2025. And what's interesting about this is that this is not available just anywhere. It's actually determined by specific identified census tracts. And there are census tracts identified in the county as well as in Hollister, particularly around the industrial land around the airport, where this tax credit is available. And we've been telling a lot of people about this, particularly when we get any direct inquiries about potential projects to land in Hollister. It's an amazing tax credit. 39% of a project's total cost paid over 7 years, they can reclaim as a federal tax credit. We'll talk about Panattoni in a bit, but this is something that they are definitely looking at, and they were not aware of this until we talked to them about it. The other thing that we've been doing is utilizing the market analysis that you folks have done for the Hollister General Plan update. And this is a wonderful up-to-date document in terms of not only just statistics, but it includes the retail leakage analysis, which is extremely important to retailers, and it's very valuable for us to give to folks that are looking at potential retail efforts or retail projects, I should say, in Hollister. We're also working on a year-round Shop Local campaign. This is not only based on the success of the Holiday Wish Book, but we're expanding on that. Basically, what we're doing is we'll be doing this every quarter, 4 times a year, to run in conjunction with the 4 seasons with some sort of different theme, if you will, for each quarterly campaign. The one that's being worked on now will come out probably right toward the end of the month, maybe a little bit sooner. The idea is to get this one out prior to Easter, which I believe is April 4th. Also wanted to point out that your approval of the Wednesday Farmers Market, HDA will have a full-page ad in the newest quarterly magazine, if you will, to promote the Wednesday night market to everyone in the county and to work on this Shop Local campaign. We're very pleased that we're able to track the actual metrics of this. The Holiday Wish Book, we believe, went to just about 1/3 of all of the households in the county. And when I say it went to them, this is digital, this is social media, and so that folks did see the Holiday Wish Book, and there's a way to track that through Facebook and Google. The last bullet here, we've worked with city staff on the large distribution center near the airport with Panattoni Development. And as you know, the project is under construction and is expected to open later in 2021. The one thing I really wanted to point out about the Panattoni project, and that is, you know, we play different roles with different projects. And in this particular case, we got a call from the property owner, Ken Lindsay, who's also a board member on EDC. and he asked us to coordinate some initial meetings with the city and Panattoni, which we did. Because of the size and the scope of the project, I know how busy the city manager is, but I felt it was extremely important that he be on the first call or two, which he was. But I got to tell you, that was really the extent of our role. The real stars of this project are your city staff. Abraham and his group, the development services folks, they did a fantastic job. And let me tell you, other people are taking notice. And what I mean by that is, first of all, this project originally was headed to Morgan Hill. And I do not know the full story, but I can tell you that for whatever reason, they kind of dropped the ball and that didn't happen. And then they came down and looked at a site in Hollister, liked the site, worked for everything they need. And then they met with the city and got that process rolling. I believe our first preliminary Zoom meeting was in late September, and I believe the final approval by the Planning Commission was in late January. That's an amazing story, and one that we are definitely not only going to tell, but we'll be able to use to market. And the second thing to understand about this, I mean, it's the benefits are really great. 400 jobs. You got a company that's investing right around $50 million in the community, and you understand all those benefits. But there are a couple of additional benefits that we are really going to be able to use. Number one, if you're not familiar with Panattoni in terms of who they are, they're one of the most well-respected and largest industrial/commercial development companies, not only in the U.S., but they have a pretty good foreign presence as well. The key thing for me and for what we do, their client list is basically a list of Fortune 500 companies. And I think it's quite possible that we may have, the city may see some additional discussion with Panattoni about possible future developments in the industrial area around the airport as well. And the second thing is that the comparison I just drew between what City of Hollister did versus City of Morgan Hill, that word's getting around already, I truly believe. We talked to commercial brokers who are always in the middle of these deals, and they know what's going on. They know what Panattoni is doing with Amazon here in Hollister, and I believe they know the story in terms of the process, and that's something we're really going to look forward to from a marketing standpoint, looking at that later this year, maybe early next year. And the other thing I wanted to mention in terms of the great job that city staff did, I've worked on projects over the years, and developers sometimes have deadlines, and you wonder why. Why do you need that project done so soon? Well, many times there's very good reasons, and I think it's pretty clear with Amazon being the client that they need that building up and operating prior to the holiday season. So they were up front with the city staff, and the city staff responded with a schedule that made it possible for not only just Panattoni, but Amazon to reach their goals. And so hats off to Abraham and all of his fellow development services folks, as well as City Manager Miller. That is why Amazon and Panattoni are in Hollister, no doubt about it. Next slide, please. We keep track of what we call small wins, and so we have kind of a running tally, if you will. I'm not going to go through this. We've included this information just to give you an idea of the variety of things that we work on. I must say that we sort of use shorthand notes here, if you will, so we don't have sort of the full story behind each one. I do want to highlight one, though, and it's actually number one on the list. When we started with playing our role with particularly after the very first shelter-in-place order, the first question that came up: are you essential or not? If you're not essential, you got to close. One of the other things we found is that as we looked at all of the various information for SBA loans and PPP and all of the new resources that the government was making available primarily through the CARES Act, the SBA defines a small business as any business with up to 500 employees. Once we figured that out, we started calling the largest employers, many of them in Hollister, to make sure that they were aware of that even though, it says Small Business Administration Loan, you could be a business that had up to 500 employees and still apply for those resources. So we let Corbin know about that. They called us back a bit later and said, we think we're essential. And lo and behold, it turned out that Corbin has a contract with the U.S. Army. And sure enough, because of that, because they were a supplier to a essential business, they were able to reopen. We had to get the proper documentation from we had help from city staff to do that, as well as a county health department. But from the moment that Corbin told us that they were providing basically a supply chain for an essential business, the United States Army, they were back up and running in 3 days. And that's something we're very proud of. Next slide, please. Again, these are continues the small wins list, and don't really have any comments on these. You can certainly read those for yourself. Next slide, please. Metrics. We think it's important that we're able to document, the impact of our various activities and projects as the case may be. So we have a list here with the advent of COVID and the shelter in place. We worked with the county as well as the city, and they sent out a mailer to over 1,400 plus businesses. We wrote the section on the available business resources. We mentioned the 11 business sector webinars that we participated in. The revolving loan program was converted to a microloan program that has approximately $500,000 in available funding. A couple of comments on fire clay tile. And I think if you look at the SBA loan data, on the PPP loans, they were able to provide documentation of just how many loans were done and where they were made. And you can see the total number of jobs saved in the county was 9,260. And we have some other points for metrics as well. Next slide, please. Our current activities based on the MOU, we've taken over the role of coordinating meetings of the Economic Development Partnership. And if you're not familiar with this, the partnership is basically representatives from each of the business organizations, the HDA, the Chamber, the Business Council, the San Juan Group, and ourselves. And so our efforts with the partnership revolve around some key committee activities. The governmental affairs is done by the Business Council. We're actively working on airport and permitting committees. Broadband and tourism are a little bit more off into the future, and by that I mean probably second half of this year. We have met directly with your permitting staff. We've had 3 or 4 meetings with them, and we've also been working on with the airport committee, and we have Cheryl helping us with the activities of the airport committee. And just to be clear, the airport committee is about how we can do a better job of promoting the airport as a economic development tool and attraction, if you will. This is not in any way, shape, or form anything about land use. You have your group that works on that, and frankly, the COG has one as well. So the airport committee is primarily about, how we can do a better job of marketing this wonderful economic development resource that we have. Looking forward, activities we'll look at is how we can link all of our efforts, such as tourism promotion, shop local, and business attraction. And what we really need to work on is making sure we have a consistent message. I think we need to be informed of trends such as remote working and how that can be woven into a successful message that Hollister and the county is a great place to do business, work remotely, and raise a family. Next slide, please. We put this in here because we've had a number of questions about this. Okay, what do we do? How do we attract a large business? The first thing we do is we look for a preliminary one-on-one consultation. We need to know more about as much as the project or the business needs as we can.
Mr. Fontes, if I could hold you for a second, I'm sorry. I need to get a consensus from the council to continue after 10 o'clock. We're approaching 10 o'clock now. I need to get a consensus from the council to keep moving forward. Is that all right with the council?
Yes.
Okay. I believe there's a consensus, so we'll go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you, sir.
No, that's quite all right. We have the new markets tax credit, which are a major incentive. We coordinate with the county and the city and applicants on the permitting process, our proximity to Silicon Valley, the availability of companies to own their own real estate, the labor force, including surrounding communities, which would be a reverse commute. And we have the Hollister market analysis for us to utilize as well. Next slide. A perfect example of this is that the governor's economic development office, if you will, which they have renamed GoBiz, they occasionally send out RFIs, which is requests for information. In this particular case, this was a request for a large green RV manufacturer looking at various states. We identified available immediate site in Hollister as well as a future permanent site and additional outdoor storage and parking requirements. We documented the sites, including available manufacturing space. We also highlighted the new market tax credit. Our response met their needs for building size and a future site, including proximity to an airport, solar energy production, labor force identified for manufacturing jobs, as well as management jobs. And again, we talked about the cooperative permitting process with the city. The project is looking at numerous states, but that tax credit. When I talked to the gentleman with the state of California's GoBiz office, I said, what can you tell me about the proposals that were submitted throughout the state? He said they got 12 proposals from EDCs across the state. I said, how many of them offered the new market tax credit? He said, none. We were the only response in the entire state that we were able to offer this incentive for a location in Hollister. Next slide, please. In early December, and Mayor, thank you for participating in our retreat. Appreciate your participation in that. As a result of the retreat, we looked at our goals and objectives, and the board focused on 6 goals, if you will, that now make up basically our tactical plan for 2021. Utilize the Hollister marketing analysis. Work with the Workforce Development Board to better understand their resources. Marketing to attract both businesses and tourists. Website expansion and improvement. plan for the airport area, which we are targeting for this area. And again, what we're talking about there is more of like a marketing plan, or looking at what types of uses we want to try to attract to the airport area. And then finally, possible tourism promotion. And let me be clear about that. It is not the role or the intent of the EDC to suddenly go into the tourism promotion business. The Chamber does some things, San Juan Bautista does our things. Through the Economic Development Partnership, we believe our role is to help coordinate those efforts. But again, due to COVID, I think this is something we're going to focus on later in the year, but not at this particular time. Next slide, please. Before I get to my conclusion, I want to highlight one thing that we also do, particularly for the city of Hollister, and that's retail sales, attraction, and if possible, further development. As I mentioned earlier with the fire clay example, this is always on the top of our radar, if you will. For the closed Kmart building, I have reached out to a Home Depot as well as Outdoor Orchard Supply, excuse me, Outdoor Hardware Supply, which used to be Orchard Supply. Unfortunately, neither one of those companies is doing much expansion into new locations right now. But the point is, that's the type of recruitment that I'm always thinking about. The city recently approved the, I may get the acronym incorrect, the North Chappelle Area Plan. And the important thing to me about that plan is it includes a 15 to 17 acre new commercial location on the southeast corner of San Felipe Road and 25. In addition to that, the feature of that site has something that retailers love. And what that is on the right, on the way home. So with a right in, right out off of Highway 25, this becomes a very viable location for new commercial retail development. We have already been in contact and coordinated with the property owner as well as his engineer. We've had discussions now already with one retail developer as well as a couple of well-known commercial retail brokers firms. We've had one inquiry last week, not specifically for that site, that the city manager forwarded to us about a retail client looking for a location in Hollister. We gave them a couple ideas and got that information back to them. So we are about jobs. We are definitely about jobs, but we also keep a very sharp eye on how we can take advantage of opportunities for new retail sales revenue that can flow to the city or the county, depending on its location. So I just really want to emphasize that point. We work on a variety of things, but it might interest you to know that one of the city managers I worked for was a former finance director, and I've been well trained to always be on the lookout for additional retail sales revenue. So in conclusion, EDC is and will continue to be focused on our primary role of promoting business expansion, retention, and attraction, but it's done in coordination with our business organization partners as well as the city and the county. And with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fontes, first of all, thank you for the very thorough report and congratulations on surviving your first year. I don't know that you could have picked a more challenging time, and I'm a bit overwhelmed with all of the things that you and your other person in your office were successful in doing. I also want to thank
city staff. I'm very excited about all the good work that I've heard Mr. Fontes mention in regards to Amazon, and that is certainly cause for celebration, I believe. I was relieved, Mr. Fontes, to hear you talk about the airport. I think it's often one of our golden gems that is somewhat overlooked at times and underutilized, or at least underappreciated. I was curious, I didn't hear anything in your conversation about ag. I know that Monterey County, the last time I checked, does about $4 billion a year in ag-related things, and so while we are the city of Hollister, I recognize we are the county seat in San Benito County, and I'd like to hear any thoughts you have about ag. And then finally, I'd like to hear any thoughts you may have about working in partnerships with Gavilan Community College, because it's one thing to be able to bring the business here. It's another thing to try and make sure that we have our residents are qualified to perform the work so that we can have the work and further reduce our commute. Thank you, sir, for your work and for your comments.
Well, thank you very much. First, in terms of agriculture, one of the things that's very interesting about San Benito County is that the amount of land in agricultural production, particularly like row crops, has been virtually constant for over the past 10 years. So you have the same amount of production going on, similar with the rangeland and all of that. One of the key things for the county, and I think it does have impacts ultimately for the city as well, but and that's the whole idea of ag tourism. It goes by different names, whatever you'd like to call it. But we have had recent discussions with the county about looking at ways that they can update their zoning in order to make it easier for particularly ranchers, but also farmers as well, so that they can have ancillary uses to help them generate more revenue and frankly more jobs, and at the same time still, help them protect, if you will, and maintain the viability of the agricultural use. So, for example, and we already have some great examples. There are places in the county where you may stay overnight. They may have meeting space. They may have weddings. It's the full range. It's everything from weddings at a winery to outdoor events to ranches that offer a ranching experience. We actually had a call this morning from the county about that type of proposal, and we'll be talking to them about it. So in answer to your question, we understand completely that ag is a very important industry. You would argue the primary industry in the county. So that is not off our radar at all. I can assure you of that. And then in regards to Gavilan College, that's definitely on the list. Again, because of COVID, it really just hasn't been a good timing effort, if you will, to talk to them. But you're absolutely right. We need to work more cooperatively with them and get a better understanding of the types of programs that they have that can help our local economy in terms of specific training, et cetera, et cetera. I will tell you that there have been a few examples. Technova comes to mind, where they have partnered with Gavilan for specific training for the jobs that they offer. And you're right, we need to look at that and see if we can do more of that.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Do we have any comments from the public?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Fontes, thank you for the update. As you know, during the retreat, we had a good, thorough conversation about plans, and I appreciate you bringing it forward to the council. You kind of talked about it right now, and what we talked about this at the retreat was to, my wish was for the EDC to stay focused on bringing in the larger type of projects, leave the events to the chamber and to the HDA. Let them focus on that while you focus on bringing in those companies that want to use that tax credit, as you mentioned, 39%. And I do also, again, I want to thank you for it. And just, we stay focused on these things, I think we can do a good job. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. One other comment I wanted to make too, and I apologize. It really says something, Mr. Mayor, when you have an announcement for a brand new hotel, and then what was it? A week later, maybe two, the announcement regarding Panattoni and Amazon. So
And there's more coming.
there's more coming, and I don't know the exact amount of the hotel, but I'm willing to bet that's around 30 to 35 million. So between those two projects, you're getting 80 to 85 million spent within the local economy. And for us to market, nothing is better than showing what type of investment people are making in Hollister, and they're making it right now.
Well, thank you, sir. Look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Thank you very much.
We will now move to item G5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item G5, first, let me apologize. We, on our staff report, had a couple of things backwards. We omitted Carol Johnson's name was on the staff report, but we forgot to attach her application. And then I believe it was Kevin Stopper was not on the staff report, but we did attach his application. So please forgive us. We did receive 14 applications for this one committee. So we got those out as soon as we discovered that and sent out the the applications for both of them, and also put a copy for the public in our binder, which they're of course not able to get to right now. But so our first committee is the GPAC. We have 3 vacancies for a public member, and we have received 14 applicants. 3 are non-residents. So I've separated them, probably not on your list, on mine. So the 3 that are non-residents are Rob Rodriguez, Erica Sanchez, and Jeffrey Small. All the rest are residents of the city of Hollister. So do we want to go by district?
Yeah, but I think there was also issues. There were some that we might have, well, there are conflicts with some of the applicants also.
Okay.
So I think we should, as a council, acknowledge those issues early and then talk about those that are left over, if that's all right with the council.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think, give you the example, Mr. Hernandez is actually a county supervisor, sitting supervisor, so I don't think that is something we can have at this time as a clear conflict. Is there the council agreement with that? Or you want to go through the list first?
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was, I think Mr. Henderson is actually conflict now because he's actually sitting commissioner right now.
Actually, that's going to be changing. Well, that's
But he
on-
won't, at the moment he is until somebody else is sworn in, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
But that's the next
yeah.
item.
I can't see I don't see the list in front of me. Yeah, I'm sorry, can you name off the names that are
I
the
can.
remaining?
Do you want me to just go through like the D1s, D2, D3, D4?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do that, and then I'll kind of look for some of the other ones I had questions about.
Jaime De La Cruz, D1.
Uh-huh.
Chris Evans, D1. Kevin Henderson, D1. Peter Hernandez, D2. Frank Barragon, D3. Jonathan Casey, D3. And Elia Salinas, D3. Carol Johnson, D4. Larry Rebecki, D4. Kevin Stopper, D4. And Antonio Tovar, D4. And then
Tovar.
did you want me to give the non-residents that I know of are
Yeah.
Rob Rodriguez, he's a county resident.
Okay, so. Okay,
Erica Sanchez, county resident. Jeffrey Small, Roseville, California.
okay, so I think we did agree to add those we were going to be with the residents of the city of Hollister, as I recalled from the council, since it's their city they're representing. Is that agreed, council?
Agreed.
Agreed.
That we
Okay.
just stick with the
All right.
residents?
So then it would leave Mr. Dela Cruz and D1, Mr. Evans. That would still be qualified. Mr. Barragon in D2.
So, but I got a question.
Go ahead, sir.
So, I'm gonna be changing my planning commissioner. So, how does that affect
Well,
all this?
I think at this time he is a planning commissioner. So I think to be fair to the other members, I think it would be unfair to have somebody that's currently a planning commissioner.
I see what you're saying, and I kind of disagree because it's like, so if ratifying appointments to the planning commission would have been on G4, then it would have worked.
Well, I think it depends on the swearing in is what we're talking about. So even if you appointed somebody tonight, they wouldn't be a commissioner until they're sworn in.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the
Go ahead.
reason I wanted GPAC to go first, and I think our city attorney can agree with me, is because we had so many applicants for this one. I thought that once we got these guys settled, if there were any extras, maybe we could beg them to apply for some of the ones that we are desperately needing. And that was my thinking, putting it in the order that I did.
Okay. So, thank you.
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I am grateful for the number of people from District 4 that have submitted a application of interest. However, I'm also aware that we currently have 2 planning commissioners that are reside in District 4. So I do believe District 4 is probably well represented at this time. And so I could support not appointing somebody from District 4 into the citizen role simply based on the fact that District 4 is well represented at this time.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point, but I don't know if we're essentially just focusing on a district. I think you've got some really qualified candidates there. The last application we got in from Ms. Carol Johnson, she was a 20-something year employee that worked for the city planning department, engineer department, and building. So I'd be hesitant to get rid of her, just being very blunt with you. And I know she resides in District 4 because we just got that application, so it's fresh in my mind. And then I know that there was some interest from people that work in education. Larry Rebecki, who's also in your district, is a retired school teacher of 30-somewhat years. And I think that he comes in with a pretty different perspective too, that he can add to, how our growth is impacting the schools. I know that the superintendents wanted like representatives, and I don't think that's appropriate because they work for the superintendents and they might be a little biased. But having a retired school teacher of 30-somewhat years here, I think is a very good applicant. So I would be very hesitant to take off everybody from District 4 based on that, Mr. Burns.
Fair point.
Thank you. Still going through some of the other names here. So as far as, there's a couple of names on District 3 that I do have concerns about. One being Ms. Salinas, who is currently suing the city. I don't think that would be appropriate to be on this committee. And Mr. Casey is involved in a group that is lobbying for developments surrounding the city. So I think that might be a conflict. And he actually works for the developer also. So I don't think that would be fair to the public.
Mr. Mayor, Mr.
Yes.
Casey does not work for a developer. He works for a nonprofit up in San Mateo County. He has nothing to do with Hollister.
I get it, but again, he's involved in a group that is promoting developments in this community, and I don't know.
If I can
beg
add
to
some
differ.
perspective to
We
that.
want to make sure that we're having citizens that are not involved with different things to make it fair to them. I think it's very important.
If I can
Go
add
ahead,
some
Mr.
perspective.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was forwarded a bunch of Facebook messages where Kevin Henderson, Elias Salinas, Mia Casey, who's Jonathan Casey's wife. I'm looking at this list. I think Frank Barragon was also included in those messages. And they are specifically talking about the GPAC and strategizing against some pretty, I would say, ugly and divisive politics to try to rearrange it. And essentially like stalking people that are running for office. Mia Casey in here says that she is getting money from a multimillionaire developer here and funneling the money. She said, I can't get the money, but if you know some friends of yours that want these jobs. So I do too have concerns about all those people that were in those group messages. I think I'll leave it at that. So it was Jonathan Casey, who I have concerns about, Elias Salinas, Frank Barragon, and Kevin Henderson were all in those messages. And yeah, it just doesn't sit right with me. And I think that we should probably eliminate those 4.
Thank you. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, I have some more, and I gotta take off my mask because I can't breathe. If this was gonna be the case, then you should have had laws for applications. Whatever was out on social media between all these people, that's social media talk. I don't see it. I don't think anybody here in this building sitting on this dais has seen those. This is only coming from you, Councilman Resendez. I don't know Mr. Casey personally, but I do know he's an upstanding citizen that does planning. He's very committed to this community, and he's very committed to our GPAC. And he has he's been at every one of the GPAC committee meetings and every one of the workshops. He knows more about the GPAC than anybody else on this list. Just because you don't care for him and Mr. Resendez doesn't, because you have history with him. You have history with Elias Salinas and Frank Barragon. I don't even know about him. I think it's very unfair that you do this, that you cancel out half of this list because they're people who have, what's the word I'm looking for? Criticized what
Conflict.
you have done. I just think it's wrong. And if that's the case, then Jaime De La Cruz needs to be recused too, because he has put stuff out there on social media and not a very nice person.
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the amount of special interest money that the Caseys are receiving, and they're funneling it to their friends and families. And it specifically says that. I can read off the comments if you'd like. They were private Facebook messages. You were in some of them as well, and you were mentioned in some of them. So I'm sure you probably saw them. But I can read them off if you'd like. But that's what's concerning to me.
Mr.
And my
Councilman
other point is,
Resendez.
if I can finish real quickly,
Wait,
they
just let
have
me-
been
just let me
coming.
say
They
one
have
thing.
been coming. They have a vested interest, a financial vested interest, in my opinion, and they can continue to come just like any other member of the public. But I don't think it's appropriate for them to sit on the actual GPAC. I don't think that Mr. De La Cruz has that same financial conflict. Thank you.
I am going to say, I'm going to.
Spencer, go ahead.
No, I want to make a point. Whether I'm mentioned on Facebook, I don't even know. I haven't been on Facebook since
You're also
January
included in the
1st.
group messages. I have them here.
I'm not in those group messages. I'm not talking. I haven't been on Facebook in months. I got off Facebook January 1st, 2021. So,
Councilmember Spencer, I think it's just, again, when we talked about adding additional people, we wanted to make sure there was no conflicts. We talked about that. We also talked about making sure they lived in the city. So it would be a fair process for the residents to participate. I think when there's special interest, whether you agree with the person or not, I think kind of taints the process. And I think what the public would really like is a fresh start, open, and a fair dialogue in the process here. And I think there are issues here, and we have to acknowledge those problems. And I think clearly, especially those two, as I said, one is suing the city currently, and many attacks on other citizens. The other one is involved in a group lobbying for developments. So that's not a very fair process. So I think we need to understand that and take that in consideration and work on, some of these other members in the community that went out of their way to apply that have no interest. And I think that's a more fair way to go about this process. Is there any other comments from council?
So, if I may,
Go ahead, sir.
So basically, I get to nominate somebody, and then we all vote on him after.
No, we do it together.
After, pardon me?
We're gonna do this together. So it's not that we're nominating for one district. It's just we're doing it together. We're kind of looking at this group and then saying which top 3 or top 4, and then go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is the general packet. The general plan is not about one district. It really is about the city as a whole. But it's obviously nice to have a few from different districts. It doesn't hurt. So I agree with you there. But I think it's first off, let's try to agree on those that do have some conflicts and then work from the names from there. Is that fair to everyone?
I think that's actually a fair way of limiting or narrowing down the list.
Okay. So if we had those and you still had Mr. Evans. Did you say Mr. Barragon?
Yes.
Okay, so you still have Mr. Evans, you still have Mr. Dela Cruz, you still have Mr. or Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Rebecki, Mr. Stopper, and Mr. Tovar. So there are still 6 candidates there that do not have any conflicts that I know of. Or if any of you believe somebody does, please feel free to say. I'm sorry, I can't. City Clerk, can you take down the screen? I can't see the council.
Well, we can't see you either.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, what?
I don't want to get cut off here.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah.
So those are the 6 that do not have any conflicts. From that list, are we okay to go with those 6 right at this point and talk about those 6?
I certainly am.
Okay.
So I'm taking a breath. I need to take a breath.
So Mayor Velasquez, Tim Burns.
Go ahead, sir.
I've heard the conversation. I understand your concern because Mr. Henderson is currently on the Planning Commission, but if simply the fact that he is on the Planning Commission until the new Planning Commissioner is sworn in, and Mr. Perez has indicated that he's going to announce and choose somebody different than Mr. Henderson to remain on the Planning Commission, I would like to recommend that we consider him as well, knowing it's a matter of timing. And perhaps the city clerk could weigh in on how soon you could actually arrange to swear in the new planning commissioner when he or she is selected.
Well, if I could interrupt real quick. Mr. Henderson also was involved in a lot of these group attacks on the general plan committee and different things going on within the city. Again, I think there's a bias if you have that type of activity going on.
If I can, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
We do not want to invite, or we don't need any type of divisive political people with personal agendas here. We just don't. I assume the mayor and Roland are just fine to leave things as they are and move forward with the GPAC as it stands. Spencer and Lenore will need to agendize appointments to consensus again and also getting more public members on it. Then it can go on the record how they would vote on that. It would force them to show their hands. Right now, their agenda is hidden in the weeds. That is the same message, group message, where Mia Casey is offering these people money from developers. That was Kevin Henderson's words. There's more. There's hundreds of these messages in there. I don't have them all in front of me. I wasn't prepared to even bring it up, but he should not be considered for a GPAC committee appointment, in my opinion.
And I would agree. I don't think we need to have divisiveness. We don't need to have that, again, the general plan is something for the citizens of this community to be involved with, not those that have personal ties or been lobbying behind the scenes. It just leads to problems. I think, again, there's several citizens here that I believe really are free of any of the conflicts, and I think really do want to do work for the city. So I just think
the others are more than welcome to come to any and all meetings.
Can I get in this conversation, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
So, you know what, we want everyone to think just like us, so we're gonna push everybody else out. I'm not saying that the developers should come in and be on our committees or councils, but when I hear you guys talk, when I hear Vice Mayor and you, Mayor, talking like this about this topic, just this topic, it's kind of really one-sided, and I understand what you're saying, because I don't want to go all growth and everything either. But I mean, there's smart growth, and we have to grow. But it's when I'm hearing this, it's like we're censoring, we're taking out some of these people, and it's like, well, because you know what, we're being real picky here. And I get it. I just don't understand how I don't know how we're going to navigate through this to get down to, how many people do we need? 4?
Three. We have 6 people that I have no idea the other 6 how they think. And it's not about how the other members think, if they're pro growth or against growth or whatever. That's not it. It's the divisiveness, it's the anger, it's the attacks that have been done in the past to get things they wanted. I think we don't, we need to be fair to the public to make this a process for the public. And those kind of things that were happening by some of these individuals just really shouldn't be involved in this process. This is very divisive, very angry. Again, there's 6 good people here that I don't know their politics of anything. All I know is they did apply, they did everything right, and we should be talking about them. I know the other individuals because of some of the attacks in the past. They were quite vicious, by the way, and for quite a while. And I just, again, we talked about extending this process to 3 more citizens, but to be a group that's, again, not aligned with anything, no special interest, no connections. They just want to do right by their city. And there's 6 names here that we can talk about that I have never seen as far as any attacks of anything or any alignment with any developers or any other projects. So I think it's, just for the sake of this general plan committee, it's been moving well with, we're lucky to have the company we have. Placework has done an excellent job. And during these meetings, it's been going very, very well. And they really work hard at getting public input, and all of these individuals are more than welcome to keep attending those other meetings. I just think it's important that we don't go down a path that leads to some of the fighting that some of these individuals have done in the past publicly. And I don't think we should go there.
So if I can make one final point about Mr. Henderson, he was on the Planning Commission. I think, if memory serves me correct, he did apply to be on the GPAC. I don't remember if he withdrew his application or if he lost to Roxanne Stevens. I remember they both presented. There was either him and Seth, I'm sorry, Roxanne and Seth, or Kevin and Roxanne at that time. But yeah, I know that he did try to get on the GPAC through the Planning Commission. That didn't pan out for him as well. His peers voted for somebody else, if that's what in fact happened.
Well, if we're gonna go by names that we haven't really heard of, because that's basically kind of what I'm hearing, is I only see Carol Johnson and Chris Evans. Everyone else's names I think I've seen. I'm not sure about Frank Berrigan, kind of. That's how, I mean, if we're gonna go by that, because everyone else I've seen, and Antonio Tovar, I don't think I've recognized that name in any of the growth, non-growth, Republican, Democrat, or any of these Stradivarius, no, yes, or all this stuff. Those are the four names I see.
Which names, sir?
Carol Johnson, Chris Evans.
Chris Evans.
Antonio, and there was.
Antonio.
Did I say another one? Oh, Frank. I don't know Frank.
There's the other ones, Mr. Rebecki and Mr. Stopper.
So, I mean, if we're going by just people that are, I mean, I'm sure they all have their own opinions, and everyone else, those names that I didn't call, just because they're passionate about their beliefs, I don't know if that's a reason just to take them off, or.
All right. So your recommendations, Mr. Evans, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Tovar. You good with those names?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Spencer, and how do you feel about those names?
I will go with two of them, Chris Evans and Carol Johnson, seeing how we're discriminating against other people, and Larry Rebecki. Rebecki? That's who I think.
Mr. Rebecki?
Mr. Rebecki.
Mr. Rebecki. Who was the other name you said? I'm sorry.
Chris Evans.
Evans.
Carol Johnson.
Uh-huh.
And Larry Rebecki.
Rebecki. Okay. Thank you. And okay.
So geez.
I'm trying to go through all the. Okay.
Yeah, I think
my scratch pad's getting all crazy here.
If I can,
Mr. Burns.
If we can like slow down.
Let me go through Mr. Burns first. Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Resendez, can you remind me who the school teacher is that's retired?
It's Larry Rebecki, sorry, honors Spencer's pick.
Okay, so I can support Councilmember Spencer. I can speak, I haven't seen Ms. Johnson in a number of years, but back in 2004, I actually worked alongside of her. She's a woman of character and quality and will absolutely do the right thing. Vice Mayor Resendez, I absolutely agree that there would be value in Mr. Rebecki, and I don't know anything about Mr. or Ms. Evans, but Mr. Evans, but again, I can support that based on Ms. Spencer's recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Resendez?
I agree with Ms. Honor Spencer. Larry Rebecki, Carol Johnson, Chris Evans, all good picks. Thank you.
Okay. I'm perfectly fine with that if that's what the council is good with. Is that all right with everyone?
We're good.
We're good.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Evans, Ms. Johnson, and Mr. Rebecki.
Congratulations.
See that? We did it, guys.
Wow.
Thank you.
How about that?
Yeah, we can do it. Okay.
Okay, now we're going to hear the backlash.
Thank you. So moving on, and maybe we can take some of these guys that didn't make it, the applicants, and ask if they might be interested in some of the others, and I'll do that when I say my thank you.
I would hope so. Okay.
Yes.
Let's go ahead then
The
to
next
item.
The Airport Commission.
Airport Commission.
And I believe what we'd like to do is, so we don't lose anybody, if we are going to go from 7 members to 5 members, we'd like to take Mark Starrett honor, is that Councilmember Spencer, and move him to D3 to work because he's already kind of representing D3, but he is a county resident. But what we'll do is, so we don't lose anybody, is if we can get him to be our D3 representative. And then we have Jason Pankowski for D1, if
Yes.
Councilman, yes.
Congratulations, Jason.
And then Eric Martin is actually a D2, at which we already have a D2. So if I could get either Councilmember Burns and Mayor Velasquez to pick to pick him, then we would only be down one.
If you want that, Mr. Burns, that's fine with me.
Yes, absolutely, and then that will leave at large for you, Mayor, and I think that works well for all of us.
Perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Is the council all right with all that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. If I can make a suggestion, and I mentioned this to Christine, if we can just speak to the airport commissioners and see if they know of anybody, because I think that they know the people within that industry.
Good idea.
To see if they can get one more person to apply. That would be my suggestion.
That'd be great.
Great idea.
Thank you, Thank you, Vice Mayor. So
Thank you. Then
for
we'll go
Parks
to-
and Recreation Advisory Commission, I'm gonna throw a little kink in the chain here because
Wait, which number are we on now?
Dawn.
7.
You want,
Arts and culture.
What about
number 7 is
arts?
art.
Oh, am I off? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Arts and culture, I'm sorry.
yeah, arts and culture.
I did a different list on a piece of paper. Arts and culture, we have received 2 applications. Victoria Murray for District 1 and Anthony Rojas for District 3. Yes?
Yes.
From
Yes.
Honor and yes from Rick. Okay, thank you.
We're
I
good
have-
with that?
You actually,
Yes, absolutely.
All right, council agreement on that. So then we'll go to item 8, G8. That's the
G8, now
Parks and
we're at Parks and
Recreation.
Rec. Here's where I'm gonna throw a little wrench. Griselle Rios, who was just appointed to D1, has moved to District 4. And could either be District 4, because we've received 1 application for District 4, or if Rick's okay with her remaining as his District 1, even though she lives in District 4. And then we have a Matthew Rojas for District 3, but we have a District 3. So we have the 3 of them up and we are now, we would now have a vacancy in D1 and D4.
So I forgive Griselle for moving out of my district. Please come back to our Parks and Rec.
So you would like to keep
Yes.
her as your D1?
Yes.
Okay.
How about the other? Are you guys all right with the other?
Matthew Rojas was just appointed to the arts and culture, so we would only
Oh.
have the,
Oh,
I thought it was Anthony Rojas.
yeah, it was
Are they
Anthony.
the same?
oh, I am so sorry. Okay, my bad.
okay.
Are they the
So we're,
same?
we're
I don't-
okay then?
Mayor Velasquez,
Yeah.
Tim Burns.
Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
I would like to select Aaliyah Gomez to be the Parks and Rec Commissioner in District 4. She's a young adult. She's going to San Jose State. She's on the LULAC Key Club, and her mother and father have a long-standing history of public service. And as a young person, she is our future, and I absolutely believe she'll do some amazing work in District 4 and in the city of Hollister based on her background, her experience, and her commitment. And so I'm very comfortable moving her recommendation forward to the council.
Okay. Everyone all right with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Chris, I already have somebody for this, and this is just another applicant.
Correct.
Maybe he would like to be my airport commissioner?
No, you just chose your airport.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. But he could be your, oh no, you took Anthony Rojas for D3. You're pretty
Not
set.
to be confused, with Martin.
Honor, you're pretty set.
Okay, I'm done. I'm
You
done.
only get 1 pick.
I'm done. I'm full.
Do we have any other names for the parks, or is that it? Does that cover what we have for tonight?
That covers what we have for tonight, except for the planning commission.
Okay,
And the
but let's take care of the parks.
Yes.
So the city council's in agreement there?
So we are agreeing
Yes.
to,
Okay.
Gazelle,
All right.
Gazelle Rios will remain as D1. We're gonna appoint Aaliyah Gomez to D4. And that's full now.
Okay, perfect. Now we'll move to number 9, and it's all Mr. Perez there.
I would like to thank Kevin Henderson for all his input and help with moving the city, District 1 to where it is today. And we're going to be passing that baton to Jose Fernandez. I know he's going to continue that great, to do great things and great planning, to work well with everybody, and he's going to come up with some great ideas with you guys. So congratulations, Jose, and thank you, Kevin.
Okay, everybody's okay? We'll
Yes.
move on. Thank you for that choice. All right, we're going to move to HIJK. There's no business. Is Mr. Prado still in chambers?
Yes.
Yes, he
sir.
is.
Can he come up?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Abraham, I think all of us feel the same way, and we want to send our condolences to your family, losing your father. You and I had many conversations about your father and the love you had for him and your family. So I think I'm sure, and Mr. Perez, thank you for bringing this up. We'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of your father. And again, condolences and prayers to your family.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Council. Really deeply appreciate it. I know that all of your thoughts and prayers are with my family, with my father, and that gives us the strength to move on. And my father was a man of a lot of joy and a lot of values, and so we're passing those values on to my children and to our families. And I truly, truly appreciate the support. I consider you, the city, as another family to me, and it really means a lot from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, condolences. Mr. Perez, will you make that motion tonight? You brought this up.
Sure. But first, can we have a moment of silence?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I make a motion to adjourn.
In the honor of
in
Mr.
the honor
Prado.
of Ramiro
Memory of
Prado.
Mr. Prado. Is there a second?
I will second that we adjourn the meeting in the memory of Ramiro Prado.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.